save that shit like it used to. So, all right, well, nobody's talking, so I'm gonna bounce. Catch you guys tonight a little bit later, man. About 6 hours from now.
I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat My name is Tristan and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake
We
up.
used to play pretend,
Wake
We
up.
would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake
We
up.
used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we
wake
would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake
we used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Land of the thieves, home of the slaves. 19 billion, that's 50 million a day. That's what NASA gets, just to lie to the human race. Pretending to go to space, but they fake it right to our face. And they say they moonwalk, but that just wasn't the case. Trying to tell us there's a rover on Mars, but it's a fake. Nope. CGI satellites, but I don't see a trace. People everywhere waking up, we're shaking up the place. So if you let me, I can shake up the thoughts that you tend to think of. Cause I fell in love with truth and I don't ever wanna break up. Let's take a look what's underneath the Hollywood makeup. So much that gets put in our face is straight made up. This place they call a planet that they lied about the shape of. They can play pretend, but me, I'm calling for
Wake up.
Freemasons and Zionists, the ones that put the eye on it. Try to say they scientists, but I can't say I'm buying it. Do you know what science is and how that they decided it? They just keep rewriting it to keep us from enlightenment. Knowing that they lie in it, stay promoting violence. Knowing that we're gullible products of our environment. No, I can't be silent and nor will I be compliant. Not reliant on the tyrants to fall if we're not defiant. I can't seem to find the curvature. Total social overture. The sun is small and local to the earth as it encircles her. Nothing like the lies of elite sun worshippers. But up against the Bible, I don't even need interpreters. Earth is flat and motionless. Open up a scope and see a boat across the ocean mist. Chemtrails clogging up what used to be an openness. And fluoridated water come in concentrated doses. I'm conscious of the brokenness. People all over the place deceived. I hate to see. Space is not a place you see. It's fake, it's only make-believe. Constellations prove that the earth doesn't move. But the liars on wires wanna take away the truth. I'm screaming.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
We used to play pretend.
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
Wherefore he saith, awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead. Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Have you ever wondered why, when you looked up in the sky, exactly how the sun and moon ended up the same size? It's 90 million miles and 250,000. Y'all can beat my poker face, cause that defies some odds. Yeah, I'll tell you this is gambling with every dose of Ambien. You're managing the trance you're in, so let me be your wake-up call. Let me be your wake-up call. You ever been to space at all? Who's above us? One that loves us or aliens that hate us all? Man, I used to catch some Z's on this flat plane. Then the alarm clock rang and all that changed. Like, motionless. Please tell me you see how flat this ocean is. The devil lied to us, lied to you, lied to me. Tried to hide my creator, made me play some hide and seek. But he speaks and if I seek him that he won't hide from me. If I knock that he will open it and show me what I need. That greed is the enemy. Forked tongue of the serpent as he dangles from the trees and trying to keep us all far, far away from obedience. Trying to take our will and our next of kins. Had us living for the sun, not the S-O-N. So good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel a savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think, man. Good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think. This world ain't what you think. It's time to
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up.
Used to play pretend.
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up. You need to wake up. You need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake.
We used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up. You need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
I remember when I started school, I think I was 5 years old. A teacher pulled pulled out a globe to teach us the earth's a globe. I believed what I was told, embracing my education. Didn't know that globes were only created for decoration, not for scholastic purposes that make people feel purposeless. We're living on level surfaces covered by the firmament. I remember how absurd it sounded when I first heard of it, but our God is fervent and his word is perfect and permanent. We're programmed when we're children, our minds are kept in a prison. This is the work of the devil, the evil plan of a villain. We're taught to accept how we're living in these hellish conditions, and every day we're unwittingly being hexed by magicians. By Satan's hand they are driven, they're strictly sent to dismantle the population. They won't stop till your soul is stripped from its vessel. They claim your life is an accident and you're really not special. Don't be afflicted by their fiction, come and get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be with me, you people really need to get on my level. ODD TV, I'm coming with the disruption. With all my flat earth homies on the Hitler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Panacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They really can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be with me, you people really need to get on my level.
ODD TV.
Brutality. Flawless victory.
Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lives one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Dead Rodriguez. I swear the Earth is flat. Or should I say Earth? You think the Earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity, ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, aka the photosynthetic redneck, known for his world-renowned confirmation of gas pressure existing without a container, by showing up with two containers, which is tantamount to attempting to debunk the existence of dogs broadcasting live from a blue-tick coonhound kennel, and his most recent thesis defense, floggadish flirting, back hammering away at the C4 fire again, quite successfully I might add, and exemplifying the pinnacle of bald-tard doublespeak. 6 March, 2021.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. It does not exist. I've been asking that for 2 years now.
How about we just ask you?
Big Blue, how come we have gas pressure without a container? You hear that question asked. What do you think about it?
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Boom!
Are you serious? Are you
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, let's see what we can scare up here, Professor Blue Balls. This took about 35 seconds.
Look at you, big dummy.
From the chemistry department, elmhurst.edu. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. From NASA.gov, gas pressure. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. 3 sentences, 3 containers. Uh-oh! Back to chemistry.elmhurst.edu. Kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collisions of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure, force on a unit area. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the walls, the higher the pressure. From Chem Libretext, gas pressure. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
And of course, the Jewel, you.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Correct. There you have it, numpty. By the way, Professor Pretender Clown Blue Balls, citations are not the argument. They support arguments. Even if there were no citations stating the friggin' obvious gas pressure is caused by the container, it doesn't make the argument false. Stick. You'll never find a citation stating amoebas aren't hockey sticks. That doesn't mean that they are. You more than exposed yourself here, clown. That's what you get for pretending to be an intellectual.
It does not exist. I've been asking that for 2 years now. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Thanks, hillbilly. Play it again, Sam.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Priceless.
Psst. Hillbilly. Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Well, I just wanted to say that was actually eye-opening. Yes. I've recently been so into conspiracy stuff, and I like hearing this makes me just question like the higher power that you were talking about. I believe in the royal family, all that stuff.
Dave, thank you for taking time out and talking not just with this class, but with other classes as well. So let me do this. I'm going to flip you around so that you can see everybody. So everybody say hi.
All right. Hi, everybody. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dave, I was about to say, why don't you take it away? Share a little bit about you and why you're so passionate about flat Earth.
All right. So the amount of time that we have is not nearly enough time to explain flat Earth. So at the end of this, I do not expect any of you to believe the Earth is flat, but I'm going to show you some doors that were never shown to you. Okay. In school, except for this class, they don't teach you how to think. They teach you what to think. They tell you all about history. 99% of it's false, maybe 100%. They teach you a whole bunch of things, but they want you to memorize and regurgitate. And if you can do that well, you can become a teacher and teach the next generation. So how did I get into flat Earth? I was doing a conspiracy podcast. Now conspiracies. What is the definition of a conspiracy? It's when two or more people get together and... So fast, am I talking too fast? Hello?
Well, you're freezing.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Are we caught up?
We're good.
All right. So a conspiracy is when two or more people conspire for their own benefit. That happens every day, everywhere, all the time. So there's lots of conspiracies. And then flat Earth was thrown at me. And that's when I just disregarded. I said, nope, absolutely not. I'm not going to waste my time. talking, even looking at a 1-minute video because it's so stupid. Of course, we know the Earth is a globe. And then finally, a researcher that I trust very much forced me to look, and I started. She goes, watch these videos, and you say, oh, where do you learn about flat Earth? YouTube. YouTube is just a source of information. There's garbage in there, and there's good stuff in there. And back in 2014, YouTube would feed you, hey, oh, you like that? Watch this. Oh, you like that? Watch this. And flat Earth became the #1 searched term on YouTube and on Google. Back then, President Trump had the term President Trump was the highest search term. And then the day Flat Earth beat President Trump, they took the scoreboard down. So now when you search on YouTube, it doesn't tell you how many people are searching for the same thing. They literally took the scoreboard down when Flat Earth took first place. So why do I think the Earth is flat? I don't think it's flat. I know it's a level horizontal plane. Flat is not a shape. Okay. I know that the ball is scientifically impossible. I'm going to go over 3 points as fast as I can. And then I want to hear your questions. And I know what your questions are. How does the sun set? What about seasons? What about circumnavigation? Those are the basics. And I'm going to basically cover them. So this is a balloon, 127,000 feet up. Okay. And the sun's right there. And if you look, there's a little hot spot on the clouds on the atmospheric deck. Okay. If the sun was 93 million miles away, as they tell us, it would light up everything equally. But for some reason, it's acting like a local light. Okay. A local light. What is the sun? Don't ask me. We don't know. Okay. So here is a demonstration. We got a school hallway and we have the lights at the end of the hallway going down the flat hallway. And we see a nice line like that. And then compare it to what we see in the water. It looks the same. But when we do a little experiment, we bend something, it gives us a pinpoint of light, like a ball would show. Anything that has curvature, you would not have that line. And then let me jump forward a little bit. And on a ball, we have a pinpoint. So that's what we would see if the water was bent. Large bodies of water at rest lie flat. The other thing is they've trained you to think flat Earth is something stupid like this, a disk floating in space. You Google flat Earth, you end up at the Flat Earth Society, which is a government-run disinformation site. They'll feed that to you because they want you to go there. They want you to think that this is flat Earth, that flat Earth is rising up through space, and that's what causes gravity, and it's a disk. Nobody believes that. This is two false models. This is a false flat Earth model. Look, the flat Earth there, how come all the other planets aren't flat? That's what we get a lot. And a false heliocentric model. That's your model, the globe model. Okay. So no flat earther thinks that this is what flat Earth is. It's just people have been programmed to think that's what flat earthers think. And whenever a big news station mentions flat Earth, and they mention it a lot, they show you this because they want you to think that's what flat Earth is. And that's not what flat Earth is. Okay. So first thing is you have to understand what your model is. Here's your model, that you're on a ball, a scientifically impossible ball, a rock, surrounded by water, surrounded by air, adjacent to a void, a vacuum of no pressure. That breaks the laws of thermodynamics. You can't have high pressure next to low pressure without a physical barrier. Okay. We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That's the rotation of the Earth at the equator, 1,000 miles an hour. Then we're orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. And we're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour, flying through space, traveling billions and trillions of miles in 4 different directions at once every year. And somehow, if you guys go out tonight, take a picture of the stars from your backyard, and then put a note in your calendar to take that same picture next year, same time, or in 10 years, same time, same day. Every single star will be in the exact same position, even though we've traveled hundreds of trillions of miles of where we were when you took that picture, a year or more ago. Just to give you an idea how fast these speeds are, this is the hypersonic sled track. You can look it up on YouTube, hypersonic sled track. You'll get the same video, and it goes by at Mach 8.6. That's 8.6 times the speed of sound. 8.6 times the speed of sound. You can't even fathom this, let alone twice that speed. Okay. And you have to believe, if you live on a heliocentric ball, you have to believe that you're going 10 times faster than that around the sun. That's the orbit. And it's speeding up and slowing down as it gets closer and farther from the sun, allegedly. And it's also chasing the sun at 100 times faster than that. That's nonsense. When you go out in nature and see something like this, what does this tell you? Your common sense, your God-given senses tell you this is stationary. This is not moving. This water is contained by the shoreline of that lake. Okay. So they tell us that Antarctica is a ball at the bottom of the earth. Not a ball, a continent at the bottom of the earth. About they say 11, 12,000 miles around, maybe 13,000. Let's just say it's 13,000. Every explorer that's tried to sail around Antarctica, and the last one was Captain Cook, it took him 3.5 years, and he clocked over 68,000 miles. 68,000 miles. The equator is only about 24,000 miles. That's the biggest circle you can make, but he almost went 3 times that going around this little thing. So how can that be? How can that be? What would cause such a discrepancy, right? And when we look at aerial photos, supposedly satellites, that's another discussion for another day. Every one of Antarctica is a cartoon. There's no real photos of Antarctica. So how does the flat Earth work? Well, we're like a pond. A pond needs containment. Water needs containment. It needs something higher than the level of the water. Well, guess what the highest land on Earth is? They don't teach you this in school. Antarctica. It's the highest plateau on Earth. Antarctica is the shoreline of our world pond. It contains the world oceans. Okay? And so at the center of the Earth is the North Pole. South is every direction away from the center. If north is the center and you put your back to north, no matter where you are, if you're walking away from the center, you're walking south, and eventually you'll get here. They tell you it's a continent at the bottom of the ball, but it's the shoreline of our world. And guess what? No one is allowed to independently explore beyond 60 degrees south, this pink line, which you can't even, that's 1,000 miles or more from Antarctica, right? You're not allowed to go there unless you pay $20, $30, $50,000. You go on a guided tour. They take you to this little peninsula, which is bigger than many countries. They show you some ice and some penguins, and that's it. And they kick you out. No one's allowed to explore, ready for this, the outer space. What's out there? What's out there? Okay. So this is just a photo of the shoreline of Antarctica, right? They want you to believe, oh, flat Earth, this is what you're going to fall off the edge of the Earth. Nope, this is just the shoreline. Boats go there. This is the plateau, and it's the container of our water. Think of it like the tub in a bathtub. We get rid of the bathtub, and all the water is going to go away. So this map, I doubt you'll find it in your library. It was in every library, in every encyclopedia. It was the most used map all over, all the way up until 1959, I think, and then they removed it. It's called the Gleason's map. This is the map of our world. This is what pilots use. This is what's used for navigation. Okay. So, I'm gonna do something different. So I want you to use your logical minds here, and I'm gonna try to finish this up in 10 minutes. How much time do we have? We have 20 minutes, right?
25 more minutes. Yeah.
25 minutes. Okay. So you got your ball. Ignore the spots that are green because you can see through them. You got your north on the top, and you got your south on the bottom, and you got your equator going around the middle. Okay. So there's airports all over the place. Any northern airport, think about this. Here's a question, and you guys can yell out the answer you want. If you're going from any northern airport to any other northern airport, so all those airports would be above the equator, would there be any reason for that flight to go south of the equator? I'll just save time. The answer is, of course not. Why would it go south of the equator? Because that's not the shortest line, right? And that is absolutely true, because no northern airport to another northern airport flight ever goes below the equator. So the same should be true for a southern flight. A southern airport to another southern airport should never go north of the equator. But if you look at the map, North Pole in the center, the equator is about here. It's a circle equidistant around. So everything outside of that is the south. Everything inside of it's the north. So northern airports, no matter where you go, you would never go below the equator. That's on a flat map, and that's the same on a globe. Problem is, when you're talking about south, when you try to go from a southern location to another southern location, these flight routes are insane. This one from Durban, South Africa to Sydney, it goes all the way up to Japan. Oh, no, to Dubai. I'm sorry, Dubai, and all the way back down. That's what it looks like on the globe. Why didn't they just fly across here? The answer is because this is the path. This is the flight path, right? And there's dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of these. They all show these crazy routes. Why didn't they cross here? Here, right? Why did they go up here and over, right? Why did they go all the way up, all the way down? Because it's a straight line here, right? So southern flights actually prove the Earth is flat, right? And they make absolutely no sense. And then the argument is, well, they have to go there for other airports or pick, they'll drop off pilots. It's their hub. It's whatever. But there's that's just an excuse. And there's a thing called emergency landings. When someone dies, has a heart attack, having a baby, they have to land the plane immediately. So here's a flight. I'm going to show you one, and then we're going to move on. It's going from Hong Kong. It was going all the way to the UK, but it emergency stopped 12 hours into the flight in Germany because 4 hours into the flight, a mother died in her seat, dead. She's with her little children, with her husband, right? And they couldn't land for 8 more hours. Okay. You can't even fathom what that would be like. Think about the husband, about the children sitting next to the mother. Why didn't the pilot land? And here's why. Because if you look at it on a flat Earth map, they were over Russia the whole time. Right. And if they landed in Russia, that could spark peace if Russia was very helpful. And we can't have that in today's political climate. And the other thing is, people like me and others would say, why were you over Russia? Why did you land in Russia? And again, another straight line. Right. So for the sake of time, I'm just going to go to one more thing about how does the sun set? Because that's always a big one. I'm sure someone has that question. So if you understand in art class, I don't know if they teach it anymore, but about perspective. Everything goes down from the top and to the bottom and meets at your eye level. Everything comes in from the side. That's how we see. That's not a theory. It's called the perspective grid. So this guy's eyesight is at that's his horizon. Okay. So I throw a mountain in front of him, and now we know that this mountain is thousands of feet over his head, right? So you draw a line from his eyes to the sun, and it's going way up. Now the sun starts moving away, not down. It's just going away due to its perspective. And now we know, we'll back up a little bit, that sun isn't below the horizon. It's just beyond the mountain. Think about it, beyond the mountain, right? If he got up higher, if he got up in a drone or a helicopter or whatever, he'd be able to see the sun again. So now let's move that mountain farther away from him down the perspective grid. And we move it way, way down. And when it's down, you can now see farther side to side. So we'll add in the sides, right? Fill in the foreground. And now you can see the sun because that mountain has gone down. So the sun continues to go away. It's going farther. It's not going down below a horizon. If you drew a line from his eyes to the top of that mountain, from his point of view, that looks like it's level to the ground, a horizontal line. But in reality, it's sloping upwards. So it's sloping upwards. The sun is going downwards, right? The sun is going away, and in his perspective, it's going down. And when it passes that line, it gets eclipsed, okay? But he sees that line like this. He sees it level, right? And it's just going beyond. So we'll add some clouds. Now we have a cloud deck doing the same thing, okay? The clouds are all jamming up and getting compressed into this optical horizon, which is thousands of feet above his head. The sun just goes away. It's above the clouds. Even if there weren't mountains there, it would go beyond the atmospheric deck. Even if there was no clouds, over a couple hundred miles, the atmosphere becomes opaque. It's like trying to look through across an Olympic-sized swimming pool. You can't see the other end, even though the water's clear, because it just becomes opaque. Air is just like water. It's just a little thinner. Okay. And so that's how that happens. Because we only have 15 minutes, tell me, let's go to questions, or I can show you. Oh, let me show you one more thing, because this is a question. This is why I think the Earth is flat. Okay. If you live on a ball, okay, there's a thing called curvature. My mouth is behind the curvature. You could zoom in and you won't be able to see my mouth because it's behind a physical curvature. The ball, the globe, requires a physical curvature. Now, everyone goes, well, the Earth is so big, you don't understand how big it is. Well, what they tell us is using globe math, according to the size of the globe, 24,901 miles around at the equator, at just 3 miles, there should be a 6-foot drop in curvature. That's according to globe math. That's not a theory. That's not flat Earth. That's a According to the globe. So that means if you're standing next to the edge on perfectly calm water on a perfectly clear day, your physical horizon on a globe is 3 miles away, just 3 miles. You should never be able to see anything on the surface of the water beyond 3 miles, and it exponentially drops over that curve. So that's your physical horizon at 3 miles, right? And farther, at 10 miles, it's 66 feet. At 100 miles, it's 6,000, over 6,000 feet. That's over a mile, okay, of curvature. The problem is at sea level, at ground, the air is thick. It becomes opaque. Things become distorted. But at the top of a mountain, the air is clear and it's thinner and you can see farther, okay? So here is a shot of from a mountaintop. We have 7 mountains here. There's 7, where'd it go? There's 7 mountaintops. Whoops, sorry, going back. There we go. 7 mountaintops. At this distance, they're over 700 miles away. The tops of those mountains should be behind more than 40 miles of physical curvature. We can still see them. So that means it's flat? No. It means that the Earth is either flat or 10,000 times bigger than they tell us, which means, well, how many continents are there? Maybe there's 8,000 continents, right? Earth is scientifically provably flat. People dying for questions, or I can continue. Tell me.
Let's open it up here. Start us off.
If you say the Earth is surrounded by Antarctica, what are your thoughts on climate change and ice melting? What would happen if ice in Antarctica were to melt?
So the whole thing about climate change, the climate does change. We're in a cycle, and to believe in man-made, we should not pollute, and we should take care of our environment. But that's not what's causing climate change. There's a thing that I've been screaming about for over 20 years called atmospheric the spraying of our atmosphere. Some people know it as chemtrails, okay? And I've been called a crazy conspiracy theorist because of it, but now Harvard admits that they're doing it. The president admits that they're doing it. Bill Gates admits that they're doing it, that they're spraying stuff in the sky. So I want you guys to go out when it's a beautiful blue sky day and then look up and watch when they start spraying these big long lines that they tell us are just contrails, and those lines spread out and they whiten out your sky. And if you want to talk about climate change, you have to address the elephant in the room, and that's the atmospheric spraying of our sky with aluminum, strontium, barium, and other things. So there's my view on climate change.
So just to clarify, so you're saying that the atmosphere is being manipulated by the government?
Yeah, write this down, people. Geoengineeringwatch.org. Okay, and there's the one of the main videos on there is called The Dimming, and it's a documentary on the patents and how they're doing it and when they're doing it and the planes that are doing it and whistleblowers. It's not a theory, but the problem is because it's not on CNN or Fox News, people just won't believe it. So it's not about believing, it's about understanding and knowing. They're not going to feed you this information, but it's out there for you to find it, but the Google's not going to serve it to you. Just like flat Earth. You Google flat Earth, you're going to find all these anti-flat earthers, right? You search my name, Flat Earth David Weiss, Flat Earth Horizon Proof, Flat Earth Sunset, and you're going to get the same videos every time. They're not there. You can even search for specific videos by name and they won't come up, right? That's why I developed this app. It's called the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. And in it are I have a frequently asked questions page, and it has all the questions you're going to ask, and all the videos in there will answer you. So, why is Google hiding it? The fact that Google's hiding it should make you very curious. Why does it matter? And make sure we have enough time for why it matters at the end.
Yeah, I was why would the government try to hide?
There it is. There it is. So here's the thing. We're not allowed to go beyond 60 degrees south, right? So that's that line I showed you before. We're not allowed to go beyond 60 degrees south. Imagine if you lived in America, okay? Imagine you lived in America and you weren't allowed to go beyond 200 miles offshore, and then there was military out there that would stop you from going out. And so all you know, and there's no radio, no television, no internet. And so all you know is America, and Canada, and, there's a big wall up in Mexico. And so you don't know anything beyond there, right? And you think that's your whole world, right? Then you don't know about Europe and Africa and Brazil. You don't know about South America. You don't know about Australia. You don't know about any of these places. And so you have just been put in what I call a heliocentric prison. Okay. You've been in a heliocentric prison. So they take the flat map that I showed you and they wrap it around a sphere. Okay. They wrap it around a sphere and they say, this is where you live and you're not allowed to explore down here. This is off limits, right? We can't go down there because we have to protect the ice and we have to protect the penguins. But you can deforest the Amazon, the lungs of our world. You can do all these other horrible things, but you can't go and independently explore down here because that's not down south. It's out south. Why are all the largest telescopes in the world in the south pointing south? They're not pointing up. They're pointing out across the plane. They're all pointing south and they're all as far south as they're allowed to go. What are they looking for? So why the lie? If you're, if there's tyranny going on in the world, just imagine that there's tyranny and you find out, hey, there's 8,000 other continents that I could go to. You might just want to leave, right? There's a book called The Iron Republic. It's in the book section on the app. You can also go on YouTube and search The Iron Republic. The guy read it for you. And it's about in the 1800s, a politician got fed up and he bought a ship and went to Antarctica and he found an opening in Antarctica and he ended up being lost at sea for months. And then they found land and they found an advanced civilization. This is in the 1800s, flat screen TVs, flat screens all over the place, flying electric cars. Everything was amazing. Lived there for 10 years, came back, and then he wrote some stories about it in Florida Magazine, which you can't find a single copy of anymore. And that was in 1800. Whether it's true or not, it rings true to me. They were talking about more land beyond Antarctica in 1800s. Every civilization before us talked about a flat, non-rotating Earth. So this is every culture before us. The only one, NASA. They're the only ones that talk about a sphere Earth. Okay. So why the next question's coming up? Why would they lie? Because it depowers you. It puts you in a heliocentric universe, flying through infinite space where an asteroid could take you out. We're running out of water, running out of food. We're overpopulated, right? That's not true. Every family in the world could have an acre in Australia and half of Australia would be empty and the rest of the world would be empty. Every family in America could have a half an acre in Texas and the rest of America would be empty. Okay. So they tell you about overpopulation. They tell you there's 8 point something billion people. I don't believe that number. I think it's less than half. Right. They're lying about every single thing. And the problem is you have to go against everything you've been taught to look into this stuff. And it's hard because people have egos and people like, oh, it's too much. I'm going to get too much ridicule. If I tell someone the earth is flat, they're going to go, no, it's not, because you'd be pulled towards the center by gravity. And there's a whole section on gravity in here and what it is and how it works. It's not, the gravitational model is scientifically provably incorrect.
We have about 9 minutes left here. Other questions?
How do you feel like being called a conspiracy theorist? Like, do you feel like there's like a negative connotation to it?
Well, sure. I mean, I have a pretty thick skin, but a conspiracy theorist, if you break down the word, a conspiracy, two or more people working together for their own private interest. Well, think about every single person in politics and every single person that works for any company. That's all they do. David and I had a conspiracy to put this class together and try to give you guys some things to think about. That's literally technically a conspiracy. And then when you say theorist, the people that believe in the globe, they're the theorists. They have no proof of the globe. I offer 3 Bitcoins and you guys can have them. 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. But you have to check the frequently asked questions and not waste my time because all of your questions are answered there. 3 Bitcoins, 1 globe proof. No scientist, no professor, nobody has been able to come up with one legitimate thing. Okay. And it all goes to in 1959. Admiral Byrd did a trip to Antarctica and it's called Project High Jump. And that's when he said, beyond the South Pole, that's a problem because that would be like where Australia is. There's a land bigger than the United States, filled with resources that no human has ever set eyes upon. Okay, and then literally the next year, every country in the world started signing the Antarctic Treaty, and they said, "Hey, we're going to the moon. We're going to the moon, a place that you can't go to." Okay, the moon isn't what you think it is. And they celebrated him, and then literally pointed up to the sky and said, "We're going to the moon." Right, and NASA kind of took over the world with that. So I forgot where I was going with that, but I think I made my point.
Other questions,
right?
For Dave. While folks are formulating questions here, so it sounds like you're very skeptical about NASA. Do you feel that they deserve a lot more scrutiny than they perhaps have received otherwise?
Oh my God, the whole when there's a whole moon missions nonsense. I mean, it is provable that NASA has never sent anybody into space, and that's a big lie. There's a lot of national pride and everything. Do you guys know that yesterday, India supposedly landed on the moon? Did they even publicize that?
I think I heard something about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So these are the images from that they showed us. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is them flying by the moon. Okay. Right. This is what they showed us. Here's the landing. Okay. Here's the prime minister or the head of India, and they're showing us this. Okay. And again, this is what they showed us, guys. You don't even remember when graphics and games were this bad. Okay. That was long before your time. This is the live footage that they showed us that everybody was cheering to. I know it's hard to believe. Just go look up India moon landing. They're all clapping because they're watching that cartoon. Okay. It's amazing. On the app, just go to Moon Landing Nonsense, ISS Nonsense. The ISS, again, we don't have enough time to get into it, but the ISS is not something in space. Yes, you can see a light go by, but it's scientifically provable that light isn't what it is. If anyone has an ISS tracker and you see it, it's brighter than an airplane in the sun. It goes by really fast, but you have to believe that thing's about the size of a jumbo jet, but it's 200 times farther away, and we could still see it. You can't see a jumbo jet at twice cruising altitude, let alone 200 times cruising altitude. Okay. So go ahead,
Dave. So what you're suggesting then that outer space travel, and I say that meaning like exploration of the moon and beyond in the solar system, is really kind of a distraction. It really is kind of a way of distracting attention from more reality-based kind of exploration, like in Antarctica.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we had time, I would show you. There's actual evidence that there's boats that go south, big ships, and we can find them 1,000 miles inside the shoreline of Antarctica. What does that mean? Well, 1,000 miles inside the shoreline of Antarctica is out here. Okay, maybe there's trade routes to other lands out here. Okay. These are where the other worlds are. Extra land, extra territory, extra terra, extraterrestrials come from the outer space right here on Earth. This is scientifically possible. Now, we don't know what's beyond the shoreline of Antarctica. We want the right to know. Did you guys know that there used to be airships, like blimps, what we know as blimps, bigger than cruise ships, multiple floors inside of them, elevators, dining halls, accommodations, thousands of people on them, and they flew all over the earth in the 1800s and before, right? But we're taught that it was horse and buggies and everything. The whole Wild West is partially true, but mostly a lie, because the cities were already here. They were founded when something happened. There was a reset. People repopulated these incredible empires that were here, and they made do with what they had. And it's in every city. You can find stuff on it. It's called the mud flood. And if you research that, there's you guys are probably on Instagram, look up I'm the Improbable Dreamer, all one words. I'm the Improbable Dreamer. But on my app, in the homeschool section, there's stuff on our lost history. It'll blow your minds.
Got about 3 minutes, Keith. So if there are any questions before we say goodbye.
Before the bell rings, just real quick, if you want to take the time and learn some more, you don't even have to get my app. Go to flatearthdave.com, scroll down. There's a thing called the Crash Course, and it's a list of documentaries that are great. They're actually very entertaining. Believe them or not, don't believe anything. Watch them, and then you'll start thinking. Then your mind will go, I never thought of it that way. Here's the thing. There's millions of people that are becoming flat earthers. On my app, I have a thing called the Friend Finder. Just my app, which covers, I think, a fraction of 1% of the flat earthers on Earth, shows you how fast this is growing. And once you become a flat earther, you really kind of beat yourself up. You go, why did I ever believe the globe? Right. So here we are. These are the people that just have the app, that are using it. They're getting together. You can actually contact people on the app, all sorts of stuff. So if anyone gets the app, by the way, the app's $3, but I can give you, there's a subscription if you want to be able to interact with people and have conversations and make video calls and all sorts of stuff. That's for free. I'll give that to you. Just let the teacher know that let David know that you've got it, and then I'll give you guys a code to unlock the subscription.
One last question here before we wrap up. So, do you feel that flat Earth ideas are being deliberately rejected in schools, that they should be taught, but they're being deliberately kind of ignored?
100%. They teach you the globe model when there's no proof of the globe model. Everything on the globe model is based off the radius of the Earth. And the way they came up with the radius of the Earth is someone theorized that Venus is the same size as the Earth. And as it transited the sun, they measured it from the East Coast and the West Coast. The start and stop times were different. They did some really good calculus, and they figured out that the sun is 93 million miles away. Well, the problem is Venus is the same size as Earth. It's provable that Venus isn't in the orbit that they tell us. It's provable that Venus can't be a planet reflecting sunlight that far away. Venus could be the size of a basketball. I don't know. I can't go there. Venus might not even be a physical object. Who knows what these things are? Look up star in a jar, right? On the frequently asked questions page, hit stars, and then you'll find out what stars really are. And stars actually prove, when you actually do math and look at them and the inverse square law of light and everything, you could not see stars at the distances and sizes that they tell you. As there's a thing called the inverse square law. As light goes away, it spreads out and it gets dimmer and dimmer exponentially. But for some reason, we can still see all of these stars at the same levels and everyththing. Again,
Dave, we have to wrap it up.
Yep. There you go.
We thank you for sharing with us. But we appreciate it.
FlatEarthDave.com, guys.
Yeah, it was good. I think I know it was a lot for the kids, but they were furiously writing down notes. So,
all right,
I'm sure some exploration that's taking place. We got about 5 minutes until the next class, and then we don't have to worry about fire drills or anything that was done. So
no problem. I'll go over some other proofs there, and then they can discuss them. And I'll try not to talk as fast.
All right, sounds good.
All right, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Dave, thank you for coming back. Got a good class here. Got a lot of folks, and what I'll do is just flip it around, give you a chance to introduce yourself. Well, I think we'll do what we did last class, just give you a chance to share, and then share a little bit about why you're so passionate about this issue here. So let me just flip you over, and when I do that, everybody wave and say hi.
Hey, everybody. So thanks for having me again. And guys, I'm going to feed you with a fire hose. So just have your pencils ready. And I want you to think about this, because this is the most important topic that will ever come across your lives, whether you know it or not. And when you look into it, if you take the time, it's going to change your lives forever. So, how did I get into flat Earth? I was investigating stuff like the Federal Reserve and the IRS, and looking into real big deceptions that were pulled over the earth. I had a podcast called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. And people started sending me flat Earth stuff, saying, Dave, you got to look into flat Earth. And that's just one thing. I'm like, no, that's too stupid. No way. And I would ban them if they send me that twice. I would just ban them. You're not allowed to comment ever again. And then finally, I was forced to look, and I went in with a bad attitude. I went in to disprove flat Earth and prove the globe. I said, that's it. I'm just going to get rid of these knuckleheads. And only then is when you can really understand how deceptive the flat Earth model is. This map right here, this is the Gleason's map. It was in every library and every encyclopedia all the way up to 1959 where they removed it. It's hard to even find it. What is this? This is the map that they use today. They use it for everything. It's the UN logo. It's everywhere. It's one to use for navigation. Okay. North Pole's at the center. The equator is halfway between the center and the outside. And this shoreline of our world is Antarctica. It's the container of our water. Large bodies of water at rest lie flat, and they need containment like a pond. Lower the end of a pond and the water will go away. So what's holding the water on our spinning globe, right? You have to believe that we're on a spinning globe, right? This is crazy. Crazy story, right? When reality show, whoops, where am I going here? Why didn't that go? Transform. There we go. So this is the balloon, 127,000 feet, right? Stationary level Earth below us. It should be spinning 1,000 miles an hour out from underneath us. The sun is 93 million miles away in the heliocentric model, but it lights up just a small area of the Earth, like it's close, like a light. Get a light, hold it near the floor, move it around, move it farther away. When it's close, it'll react like we're seeing here. So that's something very, very interesting, right? Real quick, when you think of flat Earth, you think of this. When you Google flat Earth, you get this. This is not flat Earth. This is what they want you to think flat Earth is. This is the dumbest thing ever. This is a fake flat Earth model in a fake heliocentric world. No flat Earther believes that. It's that's complete and total nonsense. This is, how come we're the only flat planet out there? And the thing is, once you understand what planets really are, they used to be called wandering stars, but now they're called planets. Plane-T, planet, piece of a plane, maybe a planete. Okay. So once you understand, okay, this is kind of weird, and Google is hiding any useful results. You Google flat Earth, my name, anything, flat Earth proof, you get the same pushed on what I call anti-flat Earth deception people, whether they're paid or possessed, I couldn't tell you. But they want that'll get fed to you, right? Your model says you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. So when I'm watching the sunset, sun's not going away, as it appears, as every sense tells me. I'm falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound. I'm here and I'm falling over backwards, making the sun appear to set. Okay. That's crazy. All right. I'm orbiting around the sun 66,000 miles an hour. I'm chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour. These are speeds that you can't even conceive of. Right. This is the hypersonic sled track. You can Google it. Okay. And it goes by at Mach 8.6. The sound is awesome. It literally rips your it goes by. It's like just watching it. It's shocking. You can't fathom. You don't have the ability to fathom what twice the speed is. Okay. But you have to believe, if you live in the heliocentric model, that this ball is orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that. It's chasing the sun 100 times faster than that. But when you go out in nature on a calm morning, you can see things like this. Okay. What does this tell you? This tells you that this is at rest. It is not moving. It's not spinning. It's not orbiting. It's not doing any of that stuff, right? The other problem you have is, I'm gonna use some big words, now I'm forgetting my words. Having high pressure next to no pressure or low pressure is scientifically impossible. It breaks the laws of thermodynamics. Okay. You can't have high pressure next to low pressure. Suck some air out of a bottle, put the cap on and put a cork in it. So now there's low pressure in there, not even a vacuum. Turn it upside down, any altitude, whatever, open it up. Whoosh, the air is going to violently fill it. Okay. How do we have a ball with air around it adjacent to a total vacuum of space, a violent vacuum? Because when you let air into a vacuum, it goes in violently, right? So how is that possible? And the only answer you have is gravity. So gravity is magically holding down the air, but air molecules are lighter than water, vapor molecules, but there's trillions of pounds of water floating in the sky. The gravity is holding down the air to the earth. It's spinning it with the earth. So the air that's up a couple miles, that has to spin even faster just to keep up with the ground because it has to make a bigger circle. When you actually think about this stuff, it makes no sense. Okay. So we talked about how perspective works and how the sun sets in the class previous. But on this one, I want to talk about gravity a little bit because people say gravity, gravity, gravity. Gravity is their God. Okay, so how does flat Earth work if there's gravity? Good. Now, if you Google gravity on YouTube, you're going to get Vsauce, where he says, well, the Earth was flat. As farther away you got from the center, you'd have to start leaning forward. And by the time you got to the edge, you'd be standing upright on the edge because your feet would be being pulled towards the center. That's, again, a false binary, a straw man argument. Nobody believes that. And so I was talking about, clouds floating, right? So what makes what makes things go? So on a flat Earth, we say down is down for everybody. And the globers say that's crazy because this is down. Down is towards the center. So people are standing antipodal to each other on opposite sides of the Earth while you're spinning in a scientifically impossible space vacuum with no container to hold the air. It gets absolutely ridiculous. So here's a little experiment. We say that it's electrostatics. And that's something that we can prove, and I'm going to go over it real quick. Here's a balloon. There's a little air in it. It's not blown up, and it's just sagging down. Now, why isn't the gravity stretching that rubber out? Well, gravity's not that strong. It's just enough to pull it. It's not enough to stretch the rubber. However, if I put air in it, that air is strong enough to stretch the rubber. It's pushing in every direction. Poke a hole anywhere on that balloon, the air is going to fly out in that direction, regardless of gravity. So air pressure is stronger than gravity. That just defies the whole gravity holding on to the Earth, right? So if it's not gravity, what is it? I said electrostatics. So electrostatics is the Earth has a neutral or negative charge, and everything above the Earth is in a positive charge. These are measurable. As you go up higher, the voltage goes up by 1,000 volts every meter, I think, right? It's crazy when you actually look at it. So how can we test something like this, right? So the first thing is, we say it's buoyancy and density. Here's a blimp floating in the air above a ship, floating on the water above a submarine below the water. Okay. This is all buoyancy and density, but what causes the ground, right? So they don't want to teach you this. The sun and the moon are the anode and the cathode of the world battery. The salt water carries the current, and the land is the salt bridge. This is a battery. If you take your chemistry class or science class, you'll learn about this. This is the world battery. We live in this electrical system. We are electrical beings. So how can we test this? Okay. So we had some leftover party balloons, and they're helium. And we tied them. We got just a little button on here we taped on the end of this wire, and it's resting. It's neutrally buoyant a couple inches above the floor. Now, this wire goes to a Van de Graaff generator, and when we crank it up, we're going to add a positive charge to the button, and it just got down. It just got heavier. Why did it get heavier? It's got a stronger positive charge, which makes it heavier. The heavier elements have higher positive charges. Steel has a higher positive charge than sulfur or whatever. Okay. And so as you go down the periodic table, they're heavier because their charge is heavier. All right. So can we test the opposite of this? Well, here we have a tinfoil triangle, and we're going to put a negative charge into it. It goes up. Are we defying gravity, or are we defying electrostatics? Right. If we keep that charge in it, it stays up. It's floating. You can do this yourself. Look it up. Floating triangle, tinfoil triangle. You'll find it, and you can do this yourself. So are we defying gravity, or are we just using electrostatics for maybe some sort of propulsion? This just came out of MIT. It's called the silent drone, right? No moving parts, no noise, no nothing. It flies. They're just changing the electrostatics of it. So why are we defying gravity, or is it just flying due to electrostatics? Here's some guy in Russia built something also, same thing. He puts electric charge in it, and it floats up. Okay. So this is hidden technology. So when we get to why the lie, they're hiding technology. They're hiding free energy. They're hiding abundance. They're hiding food. They're hiding more land. They're hiding your true position in this world and your true power. They want you as mindless worker slaves for the corporations. That's what they're training you to do. This class with your teacher is teaching you to critically think, right? There's nothing you can't achieve in this life if you think about it. Okay. But if they teach you not to think, to memorize and regurgitate, you'll never live to your true potential. That's what the indoctrination system, which they call school, mostly teaches you. But you're lucky enough to have this teacher that's teaching you to critically think. Don't believe anything. Belief is the enemy of knowing. So that's the answer on gravity. One other thing, and this one is really easy, but it's also really hard because you weren't taught to think about things this way. Okay. So when an airplane flies, think of the word airplane, flies over the earth plane. Okay. This is the flight flying from Cleveland. It's flying, and during its trip, there's 500 miles of curvature. They should be going over the curve 500 miles, but it's looking kind of flat. Now, the argument could be, well, you don't notice it because you're slightly nosing down the whole way. No pilot noses down. You know, the SR-71 Blackbird, the spy plane, it goes like 2,300 miles an hour. It would have to drop 80 stories. That's almost 80 stories. That's crazy, right? That's almost as tall as the World Trade Towers were, every second, just to follow the curve. Otherwise, it would fly off into space. But they don't. They fly straight and level. Okay, so here we go. Oh, here's the Blackbird. It would have to. Every second it would drop that much. All right. So here's a question for you. So you're on a ball. You're on a plane, you're in the pilot, and you're looking out the window, and on your horizon, you see these stars. Okay, it's out in front of you. If you're looking straight, parallel across the ground, any stars that you see are on your horizon. Okay, right? So then you fly halfway around the world. So you're flying over a curve. I know that looks crazy, but this is how your world works. And now what's in front of you are different stars. And the stars that you saw before are now over your head. Everybody can conceive that, right? Okay. They're over your head. So what happens here? Here's a flight that's going from, I believe it was Germany down to Brazil, over 4,000 miles, halfway over the curve. Okay. And we're watching these stars, and they should be processing upwards as you're diving over. These stars should be going up, but they actually go down a little bit. This is what Google Earth says you should see, that all these stars should be processing up. They should be going up, 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 up. As you're diving over, they should be going up. Okay? But reality shows you something else. This is what reality shows you. Now, the argument for this is, well, they're going with the spin of the earth, and they were just following the spin of the earth, so they weren't really moving. That's not true. But the pilots have filmed it in both directions. If that was true, in the other direction, the stars should be going twice as fast because you're not canceling them, you're speeding them up. And it doesn't happen. It's the same in both directions. That is direct, undeniable evidence that we live on a flat plane. One more, and then I'm going to go to questions because I love hearing your questions because I've heard them all before. We see too far, right? This is a 700-mile observation from a mountaintop. Okay. And we could see 8 different mountains over 700 miles away. According to the Earth Curve calculator, because on a ball, there's a physical requirement to have a curvature at a set distance. From this altitude, from that distance, the tops of those mountains should be over 40 miles below the curve of the Earth. 40 miles. Okay. But we can see them all. We can see them all. And this is something you can go do yourself. Okay. We can see them all. And you know what mainstream science says about this? Nothing. They won't touch it because they can't. The only thing they can yell is refraction. But the airplane going over, the refraction's not, you can't say refraction, and you can't say wrong curvature calculator. You can't say anything. So those two alone together are no wiggling out of it. Earth is either thousands of times bigger than they tell us. That's a problem. Or flat. Just as every sense in your body tells you. So the question you have to ask yourself is, why is Google hiding it? Why the lie? What difference does it make? I still have to go to school on Monday, okay? And the answer is, they want to limit your thoughts. Your thoughts create your reality. You may have heard that before. You may have never heard that. Everything in your life is your fault, good or bad. It's your thoughts that bring in your reality. They don't want you to understand that. They don't want you to understand that nobody has rights over you. You have God-given rights, natural law, natural rights. No one can take them away from you, but they want you scared, alone in a resource dwindling world where global warming is going to get you, and they want you focused on a bunch of nonsense and not ever living to your true potential. What difference does it make? They're hiding technology, they're hiding free energy, they're hiding food, they're hiding land, they're hiding other civilizations, they're hiding your true divinity. Okay, whether you want to believe it or not, they're limiting you and putting you in a prison. And let me just show you real quick, and then we'll go to questions. This is so here we go. The question is, if we live here and this is the shoreline of Antarctica, we don't know what's out here. What's out here? What could that be? Right? Could there be extra territory, extra land? Right? Extra territory. Extra terra, extraterrestrials would come from the outer lands out here. So what if we just cut out the world, wrapped it around a sphere, and said, hey, you're not allowed to explore this little white island continent that we call Antarctica. You're not allowed to explore down here. We'll take you on a trip from Santiago to this little trip here. And guess where they take you? To an island called Deception Island or Rothschild Island. Okay. If you know anything about the Rothschilds or the word deception, why are they taking us to islands called that? They show you some penguins, they show you some ice, and they say no one's allowed to explore out here because out here isn't down on the ball. Out here is every direction away from the center, right? So what is this? This is called a prison for your mind, right? This is a prison. If you think this is all that there is, there's nothing left to discover. Remember in the Truman Show? I want to be an explorer. There's nothing left to discover, Truman. It's all been discovered, right? You are an incredible, at the center of creation, powerful, spiritual being, and they're trying to beat that out of you. All right? Might have been a little heavy. Let's go to questions.
Let me give folks here a moment just to write down, formulate questions, and as they're doing so, if you could elaborate a little bit more, when we look at the flat Earth map, Antarctica plays an important role. Can you elaborate a little bit more on why you feel that that's being undervalued or not being explored enough?
Right. So Antarctica, there's a in 1959, Admiral Byrd went out and Project High Jump. He said there's more land beyond the shoreline of Antarctica, and that's filled with resources. But somehow all these countries that are warring for resources and land and everything, they all agreed and signed a treaty that said nobody can go to Antarctica, and you can't even question the treaty until the year 2041. That's weird. Longest standing treaty in history for no apparent reason other than protect penguins and ice. You can't even question it, and every country in the world agrees. Every country in the world is on the same page. How is that possible? Unless maybe they're all in on this deception together. This is the deception that allows them to get away with all the other deceptions. Okay, so when you look at Antarctica, they have all these mountain ridges, and they're called Dome A, Dome B, Dome C. They're all named Dome something. Why are they naming the mountaintops domes, right? And people go, well, there's bases in Antarctica. Well, yeah, there's bases here. I actually don't know about these bases. I know about this one, and I know about this one, okay? But nobody from this base cuts across the bottom and goes visit someone on this one because it's too far away. It's not across the bottom of a ball, right? Every direction away from the center is south. So these are all South Pole stations, okay? But they're not anywhere near each other. And here's the thing. Circumnavigation, while you write this down, I'll do circumnavigation and then we'll take some questions. People say, well, people have gone around the world and circumnavigated the world. So here's how circumnavigation works. And you can do this experiment yourself. I got a map. I put a big, powerful magnet at the center, got a compass, and the needle's pointing towards the center. I'm trying to push that compass west. And I have to keep turning to maintain my west. West is a equidistant circle around a line of latitude, which are all of these circles. These are east and west circles. If I try to go east, I have to keep turning because the compass has to point towards the center to maintain east. Billions with a B of people have circumnavigated east and west. Now, what happens if I say, okay, I want to go west, but I'm not going to keep correcting to the north. So there's my line with the stick. And as soon as I start going, if I don't correct, I'm heading south. I'm already heading south. South is going away from the center. The center is north. My back is to north. I'm heading south. 0 people have circumnavigated south. Now you look it up, they're going to say, "Oh, Sir Ralph Fanu, this royal guy, he did it. Colin O'Brady did it." But when you actually look, they literally just went like over here, and then came back. No one crosses from Santiago to Australia, right? South. Now I'm going north, 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 and as soon as I pass the north, I'm going south. Every straight line, no matter what direction you start, is south. Every straight line. Point in a direction, you're pointing south. Make that line long enough and straight, you'll end up in Antarctica. Antarctica is away from the center of our world, right? So a quick analogy. Imagine you're in Kansas and there's a lake. And it's 100 miles around, gigantic lake. Can't even see across it, okay? And there's islands on it. And at the center of the center is a mountain, an island with a high mountain, and it's a big giant magnet. It's a neodymium mountain, okay? And you're sailing around the lake. You can circumnavigate that lake. You can go east and west, and you go all the way around. And then one day you say, you know what? I want to go south. And you go away from the center, and all of a sudden you hit the shoreline of the lake. You can't fall off the flat earth. This is a mini flat earth. You step up onto the land. Now you start walking away. And you're a mile away, you can't even see the lake anymore, okay? Right? And so this is a smaller scale model of what the earth is. So you keep walking. Let's say you go 5 miles, and all of a sudden you come to another lake. You come to another lake, right? What could that be, right? So that would be a whole nother world, right? What if, this is just a what if, okay? What if the world was set up like this, right? Where we live at the center of this lake. And these are other pieces of the plane, planets, if you will, ponds, here, just thousands of miles away and not ridiculous light years away, right? They want you to believe that aliens are coming from outer space, right? Let's pretend that an advanced civilization lived on a planet near our closest star. Our closest star. That's 25 trillion miles away. That's the closest star, 4.5 light years, 25 trillion miles. If you were going a mile per second in a spaceship, no one's ever gone that fast. And you went for 1 trillion seconds, you're 1/25th of the way there because you've gone 1 trillion miles. You got to go 25 trillion. So you got to do it 24 more times. Here's a question for the class. How long is 1 trillion seconds? Anyone know? Yell it out and you win a Bitcoin if you guess it within a week.
5,000 days.
Very close. Very close. 31,000 years. Okay. 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years. All right, let's get in a faster spaceship. We're going 100,000 miles an hour. Unfathomable, but we got a special spaceship. It's only going to take us 28,000 years to get to the closest star in scientifically impossible void vacuum space, right? All the other stars are magnitudes farther. So if you want to believe that an alien's coming that far through a vacuum, which is impossible, and crashing in Roswell, you can believe that all day, but you're just living in a fantasy world. When the truth is, if there are extraterrestrials visiting us, they're coming from lands. You know, this is a map that was found in a Buddhist temple, and it was from how long ago? That was a while ago. But let me. I'm going to go down one other rabbit hole, unless there's a ton of questions. But you're going to like this one, okay? Again, go ahead. What's that?
Yes, we do. We have some questions. So
all right,
is that all right if we
let's do the question.
If the Earth is flat, what's on the other side of the Earth?
So the deepest hole ever dug is called the Cora borehole, okay? and that was in Russia. America and the United States were working on it together, and they at 7.5, under 8 miles, they hit an impenetrable barrier, and so they were using ground penetrating radar all the way down, and they were wrong every step of the way. No more rocks, no more water. They hit rocks, they hit water. Okay, then they hit something, and they tried for years to get through it, and they could not get through it. So put that into an analogy. If the Earth was a Macintosh apple with the thin skin, they drilled maybe a quarter of the way through that skin, maybe less. And they were wrong every step of the way. They hit an impenetrable barrier, but then all of a sudden they know what's 4,000 miles farther. Okay, this is a meme. This is pseudoscience. Nobody knows what's below 7.5 miles. But this is what we're in every textbook is put in as a fact, but they couldn't even tell you. And that's the deepest hole ever dug, and it's been closed up. So what's below? Nobody knows. So the way I look at it is the Earth is the foundation of the universe. I don't know what's below it. How could I possibly know? And how could you? How could anybody?
Okay, my next question is how can we look at other planets in our solar system? They look round, but if Earth is flat, it'd be the only flat planet in our solar system.
Yeah, so when you look up at planets, the only thing that you've ever seen, other than looking up yourself and seeing these lights in the sky, which when you do the math and you say, how could a dusty, dirty ball that they call Mars reflect sunlight so bright that it looks as bright as the sun, but just smaller? And when you look at Mars in the sky, it's really bright. It's like it's on fire. How is a dusty, dirty ball reflecting sunlight like that? It absolutely makes no sense. And when you look at the inverse square law, this is real quick. So this guy is projecting. You got this light projecting, and he has it at X distance away, and then he moves it twice that distance, and then it's spread out 4 times, 3 times the distance, it's 9 times. So it gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. Do that with Mars, and the brightness would have to be absolutely brighter than our sun to be able to see it. But nobody does the math. Nobody does the math, right? And then if you want to look at NASA shows you this is Jupiter, and then hold on, here we go. This is a painting, right? This is what they're showing us is Jupiter, okay? And so let me show you a couple more. Jupiter again. They're just showing us images, right? Who took this picture? Okay, is that a ceiling fan? Okay, right? They're showing you cartoons and telling you that they're planets. Why does everything look round? I'm going to show you why everything looks round. Why planets appear to be round is because it's the way our eyes works. The way our eyes work. So the way we see things in the sky is we see them in our azimuthal grid of vision. I have a sheet hanging here. I got a square flashlight 10 feet behind it, but it looks kind of round. Okay. Right. And I have pages off to the left of me, and it literally looks like a sun. And she sees it here while I see it over here at the same time. So again, everything comes to our vision in our azimuthal grid of vision. Right. And once you understand, what planets are, planets used to be called wandering stars. Hold it with my stars. And when you look at them, when you look at them through today's optics, they don't look like what we're supposed to, what they tell us. Matter of fact, here is the star Sirius. All right. When you zoom in on it and slow it down, what is that? Is that a giant burning ball of gas hundreds of trillions of miles away, which is unfathomable? Right. Right. When you look at, this is one Arcturus that you can see with your naked eye. What is that? Okay. We're fed stories by, heroes, deceivers named Elon Musk and others, when it's scientifically provable that they're not putting anybody into space. If you actually go and look, I don't know if we have time to watch one of Elon's rocket launches, but I could show you. It's absolutely fake. NASA is the largest consumer and owner of helium companies in the world. Why are they doing that? On my app, there's a rockets are balloons section. Watch that. It'll blow your mind. Blow your mind.
I was going to ask, who is they? You keep saying they're hiding, technology from us. Who is they?
Yeah. So when I say they, these are the rulers of our world, but the rulers that we see, I think that they're just the puppets of the real puppet masters who live probably south of Antarctica, because there's world leaders all the time, including, John Kerry on the day of the election last time. And all these world leaders, they go to Antarctica, they disappear for 3 days, then they come back to the station, and then they go home. What are they doing down there? Are they getting their orders? Right. But when you say who are they, Club of Rome, the United Nations, these are the Bilderberg Group. These are the unelected, corporations that run our world. You think that, we're voting for a president. Presidents have no power. They're all run by these corporations, by these entities. And, you got the royal family and the Rothschilds and, there's all of them are making decisions for us. They're unelected, right? They're unelected. They're the ones that are dictating all the rules. So there's the they. The thing is, I offer 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. We put it out to scientists, teachers, professors, everybody. Nobody can come up with one. When you look at things, you say they fit into 3 baskets. Works on a flat earth only, works on a flat earth and a globe earth, and works only on a globe earth. Nothing ever goes into that 3rd basket. That's a problem. Okay. And when you understand the implications on your life of believing that you live on this ball, you're limiting your thoughts. You're limiting your ability to manifest. You're limiting your understanding of what this world is. And I'm sure you're taught in school, the world is overpopulated. I don't know if you looked around, you fly across America, there's nothing. There's nothing there. Every family in America could have a half an acre in Texas and the rest of America would be empty. Okay. Every family in the world could have an acre in Australia and the rest of the world would be empty. Okay. And that's if you believe the population number of 8 or 9 billion people. I don't believe that number. I think they're lying.
You have a question?
Yeah. Why wouldn't people just take a plane and fly into Antarctica?
Well, the problem is you're not allowed to go beyond 60 degrees south. You'll be stopped by force, and it happens all the time. They've also have us, in airplanes. Airplanes need fuel. And when you fly out to Antarctica, where are you going to get fuel? There's no place to land, no place to get fuel, no place. So you can't. You actually can't, and they will not let you. They will shoot you out of the sky. There was someone tested it and tried to fly past 60 degrees south, and they were intercepted by fighter jets. If you look, the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow anybody to go south of 60 degrees. And people say, well, how could they guard that if the Earth is so big? How would they stop it? And what they do is they have bases all run by the Crown all the way around. Okay. And these are bases, military bases. And then in between, these are vast distances. There's a network of radar buoys that can track waves and radar. It basically, they'll know anybody that crosses this line, and then they intercept them. We had a fishing boat tried to do it, and they were intercepted and turned around. A couple of explorers got permission from their country. They were turned around, sent home, and put in jail. Okay. It's called the Antarctic Treaty. On this app, if all of the videos on this app are hidden from you on YouTube, you won't find any of them. You Google Flat Earth, they're going to feed you a bunch of garbage. But on the Antarctica section, there's a video called Sorry, Antarctica's Closed. And one of our lawyer researchers went in and showed you that it'll cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars to apply for a permit. They'll turn you down and they keep your money. Nobody can independently explore Antarctica. That's a problem. We want the right to go explore.
You said that, they're keeping us from our spirituality. So do you know, have you unlocked your spirituality? Because you know.
Well, here's the thing. It's we're here growing all the time, and I don't think we'll ever figure everything out. But it has shown me that we live at the center of creation. That's huge for me. I was a full-on atheist, I guess you could say, because I believed in evolution. I believed in a bunch of nonsense. But then I realized, wow, this world is intelligently designed and all of our history is a lie. When you look at, the incredible things that were built years ago, not just the pyramids, way beyond the pyramids, you have to say, what was this place? What, how was it reset? Well, how come we're so far back in technology from what they had hundreds of years ago? And, you guys are probably going, wait a minute, we're at the top of civilization. We're the smartest we can. The smartest of all history. That's not true. We're literally in the middle of the movie Idiocracy. If you haven't seen that, go watch it. It used to be a comedy, but now it's a documentary. But there was vast civilizations, worldwide civilizations before us. Again, on my app in the homeschool section, check out the History is a Lie section, and I'm the Improbable Dreamer. He's on Instagram. I'm the Improbable Dreamer, all one words. And watch that. But let me show you something real quick. This is I think this is worth showing. So this is a ship tracking website, and you can click on any ship and any cargo ship, and it'll tell you where that ship is in the world, right? And we found a ship 730 miles inside of the shoreline of Antarctica. Wait a minute, how did it get 730? How does an active ship get 730 miles in? And it's also 1.9 miles higher in elevation, according to the globe map. Okay, right? So that's impossible. Even if Antarctica was melting, how's it that high? Then we found another ship, 905 miles. That's almost halfway through Antarctica, supposedly. Okay, 2.37 miles higher than the elevation, right? So the question is, what's going on there? So I showed you this before. This is a map. It was found 10 centuries old. It was printed in a Hawaiian newspaper in 1910, I think. And it shows all of these extra continents. All right. So here is by the way, when we clicked on that the one of the ships in the middle there, it'll tell you where the ships are coming from. When you click on any ship, it gives you all the information on the ship. But this one, all it said was it's the 800 meters long. It was a massive ship, bigger than any ship that I know of. And it says it was registered on the nation of Kiribati. Have you guys ever heard of Kiribati? I don't think so. I didn't. So where's Kiribati? Well, go on Google Earth. It's out here in the middle of nowhere. I had to put a pin on it because it's so small. It's literally a sandbar. Okay. And this giant ship is registered on Kiribati, right? And so what is going on here? All right. What is going on here? Right. And so why is that ship there? And the funny thing is, Kiribati has a bed and breakfast called the Captain Cook Hotel. Captain Cook is the guy that tried to circumnavigate Antarctica. He went 68,000 miles before he got back to where he was, which is a problem because the equator is only like 24,000 miles wide. Right. So strike two. You got all these shit. And then you have a whole bunch of ships in Kiribati. When we click on them, it's hard to see here, but they all say their destination. They always list their destination. Their destination is either Christmas Island or unknown. Christmas Island. That's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down. Okay. So what are these ships doing here? And my answer is they're going to, there's a trade route. Okay. And that trade route, in my opinion, is outwards, out here to other lands. What are they trading? Maybe they're weapons. Maybe they're technology. Maybe they're trading tuna fish. Maybe they're trading humans. I don't know. But we want the right to explore the outer worlds. Why are all the other past civilizations talking about more land outside of our little circle? We've been put into a prison for your mind. All right, go ahead.
I have a question. So Antarctica is cold because it's far away from the equator. So wouldn't anything past Antarctica also be very cold?
Yeah, good question. Good question. So Antarctica, on the flat Earth model, we have a small local sun. Okay, we have a small local sun, but I believe, and again, here's the thing: you don't need to go beyond Antarctica to prove the Earth is flat. We can test it and measure it here. We can prove it here without speculating. But there's so much information about more land beyond Antarctica. I like to go there and speculate. This is speculation, but here's a sun out here and there's another sun in here. You can't see it because it's close. Just like when you're looking at a street light above you and then 1 mile down the road, you can see them all going, but then they disappear. You can't see. Light doesn't travel forever, right? I have a video called The Sun Fade Out, where the sun just disappears into the thickness of the perfectly clear air. On the app, on the Where Does the Sun Go on the frequently asked questions page. Watch that, and it'll blow your mind. So the world could be set up like that, could be set up like this, right? My favorite is this, where we live in the center of this pond. And these are other ponds all across. These are all other worlds, pieces of the plane known as a planet. But again, you don't need to go here to prove the Earth is flat. It's scientifically impossible to be a spinning ball in a void, in a vacuum. It's just impossible.
We got about 3 minutes left here. Before I call Morgan and Ian, is there anybody who hasn't asked a question yet?
How come astronauts can see the other land?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have enough time to go in it, but all the astronauts, nobody's been to space. They're all either under MK Ultra mind control or they're just liars. If you watch the Apollo space, the Apollo return from the moon press conference, these guys look like they just were told that their dog died. They should be jumping up and down. They walked on the moon. They played golf. They rode dune buggies around. That's absolutely insane. But when you actually look at the evidence, I know it's hard to swallow, but it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And if you go look up, India just landed on the moon yesterday. Go watch the actual landing, and you'll see how bad it was. Astronauts Apollo 9, 11, and 12 took pictures of the Earth, and look, the clouds are the same on each one of them. Okay, so what does that tell you? Does that tell you that it's not real? Okay, of course it does.
Real quick, so Dave, you're saying then that NASA and the space program really is a hoax?
1,000% hoax. And again, I wish we had the time, but I could prove it to you. I'm not just saying it, right? It's unbelievable. And there's last thing on my website, flatearthdave.com, scroll down to the crash course. There's 3 videos there: Level, The Next Level, and Level with Me. Watch them in reverse order, actually. Watch Level with Me first, and then you will learn. Then you will know. Watch those videos. And I guarantee you can't get through 3 videos on that list without rejecting the globe completely.
David, the bell's about to ring. We want to thank you for taking your time out to speak to us.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Ian, Morgan, you want to come up here before you leave? The bell's about to ring, but I know there's some students who have some questions, so I wanted them to be able to ask them before.
Sure.
So the others could be.
Sure. Bring it.
Hi.
Hey, and it's okay that you're late to your next class because they're going to teach you nothing good anyway. Go ahead.
I was wondering, why would they leave all this information so easily, like so readable?
Yeah, you know what? It's a great question. And there's a thing called revelation of the method. Because we live in this created world where we have free will, they're not allowed to completely deceive us. They always have to tell us the truth, right? So they always tell us what they're going to do. I don't know what you guys think about, 9/11, but they told us 9/11 was coming for a decade beforehand. Right? They always tell us what the truth is, and then it's up to us to have discernment to sort it out. For those that are willing to see with eyes to see, then they can see and they can avoid this. So this whole thing, it's all about discernment and revelation of the method. Look that up.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you for coming and speaking.
Yep. flatearthdave.com for more information.
All right.
So,
very good. We just have one class left, and already students cheering as they're coming in, so they're very excited to see you. If you want to take a little break, about 5 minutes, we'll go ahead and get started with the final class. All right. The kids are fired up. They are ready to hear from you. So, what we'll do is we'll just do the usual here. First, let me flip you around.
Can we want to go straight to questions or a quick flat?
I think the overview was helpful. I think that did generate some questions.
Okay.
Everybody say hi to Dave.
Hey guys.
Yeah. So, why don't you go and introduce yourself and say why this is an important issue, why in particular you are passionate about this.
Yeah, when you understand what flat Earth is, the normal path that people take is flat Earth is stupid, and then they go, "What about sunsets?" And we explain sunsets away due to perspective, and they say, "What about seasons?" And we show how seasons actually prove the Earth is a flat plane, and they finally throw up their hands. They go, what difference does it make? I still have to go to school. I still have to go to work on Monday. And the answer is they're hiding your true position in this world. They're hiding your true power, right? They don't, excuse me. They don't want you having, they don't want you reaching your full potential. And so that's hard to kind of take in because we're all good people, right? And it's hard to fathom the amount of evil in this world, the challenges that that we're putting out there. So how did I come into Flat Earth? I was, I had my own business. I was doing very well. And I was doing a little podcast for fun on the side about conspiracies. And people started saying, hey, Dave, you got to look into Flat Earth. I immediately rejected it without actually ever looking into it. And then I went and then I finally got tired of it. I said, I'm going to disprove it. I'm just going to disprove it. That's not the way you scientifically or, look at something. If you want to find the truth, you look for the truth. You don't try to disprove it. And only then do you find out that the globe model is absolutely insane and impossible, right? I'm in a balloon right now, 127,000 feet above the Earth. The sun is 93 million miles away in the heliocentric model, but somehow it's locally lighting up this area, right? Why is it brighter over there? Why doesn't it just light up everything? And every time we send a balloon up this high, though, the sun's never over us. It's always off to the side, right? It's always at almost that same level. So what is going on here? And the thing is, people have a false idea of what flat Earth is. When you Google flat Earth, they serve you this. Google doesn't want you finding the truth, right? This is ridiculous. This is a false flat Earth model and a false heliocentric model, right? No flat earther thinks that we're a flat planet and the other planets are around. We don't believe in planets, right? Yes, you see lights in the sky, but that's all you can say about them is that they're lights in the sky because we don't know anything else. So in the heliocentric model, you have to believe this. You're on a ball with air around it, adjacent to a vacuum. That's impossible. Nowhere in nature or in a lab can you have high pressure next to low pressure without a physical barrier. So that's a problem. Problem number one, right? You're spinning, right? So when I'm watching the sunset, I'm here and I'm falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound, which is making the sun appear to set. But when I look at the sun, it just looks like it's going away. And I'm orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, and I'm chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour. Just to put those speeds into context, this is the hypersonic sled track. It goes by at Mach 8.6. Can't even see it. Watch it twice that speed. You can't fathom what twice that speed is, right? But in the heliocentric model, you have to believe we're going 10 times faster than that. That water ball with air around it in a vacuum is going around the sun 10 times faster than this. It's chasing the sun, ready for this, 100 times faster. Your mind should just short circuit at this point and go, well, I can't understand that. I can't fathom that. Therefore, I have to trust a guy in a bow tie who's a failed comedian to tell me what I should believe, right? So, but when you go out into nature, right? When you go out into nature, what do you see? You see stuff like this. What does that tell you, right? What does this tell you? What do your God-given common senses tell you? This isn't moving. Large bodies of water at rest lie flat. Okay. If this was convex, you wouldn't see a perfect reflection. And how could we be on a spinning ball with that remaining perfectly still? Right. If you go look up on YouTube, earthquake, pool during earthquake, right? Lake during earthquake. It's crazy what happens. Okay. All right. And that's just a tiny little shaking of the earth. We're spinning, wobbling, and moving in 4 different directions at once at speeds that you can't even fathom. And you have to believe that we're doing that? No. Everything, all of your common senses tell you that we're on a flat stationary Earth. This map is called the Gleason's map. It was in every encyclopedia, every school, every library until 1959 when they pulled it. Okay. And this one is what pilots still use. It's the logo for the UN. It's used all over the place. This is what we use for navigation. We don't use a globe. Okay. The globe model is absolutely insane on how incorrect it is. Right. Matter of fact, if you look at the model that we use for the globe is it's called what is it called? The Mercator map. And if I could find it, hold on, you know what? I can do it up here. Oh, here we go. There it is. So the Mercator map is this map, and they say the actual sizes are the darker colors, right? But they show it as these other colors, okay? The actual sizes, but when you take these actual sizes and put them on a flat Earth map, they match up, right? So the actual sizes match to our map, but not to your map, right? It's insane how people can't see the flat Earth. Once you understand it, but you've been programmed your entire life. Before you can talk, your parents probably put a mobile of the planets over your crib. You probably had NASA sheets if you were a guy, right? Sesame Street, all the shows that kids watch, the little kids, they all have astronauts on it. They're all about space. One of the first worksheets you bring home from school is the orbits of the sun and the moon and the Earth and a planet, okay? And why are they indoctrinating you into that? Because this is the lie that keeps you a slave. What? I'm not a slave. I get to vote for the left arm or the right arm of the same monster. Okay. They keep you de-educated. They keep you indoctrinated to teach you to work for their factories, to work for their corporations, because the corporations are the ones that rule the world. Right? You don't understand that, presidents don't have the power. They're run by the corporations. They're run by the royal family. They're run by these elite bloodlines that look at you as just workers. Rockefeller himself, who funds all of your textbooks, right? So you can only get textbooks that are made by the Rockefellers, basically, or approved by them, said, I don't need a civilization of thinkers. I need a civilization of workers. Okay? So why does flat Earth matter? Because flat Earth, if you don't know where you are, where your feet are planted on the ground, you'll never reach your full potential, right? You'll never understand the options that are out there. You'll never see what they're hiding from you. There's free energy. There's more land. There's probably other civilizations. There's all sorts of stuff right here on flat Earth, okay? The heliocentric ball. Now, again, we don't know everything. Like what's underneath the flat Earth was asked in the last class. No one's ever dug deeper than 7.5 miles. Period. So that's nothing, right? That's like going through the skin, not even through the skin of an apple, and somehow you know what the core is. Okay. It's called pseudoscience. Flat Earth, we get accused, oh, you're science deniers. No, we're science appliers, not deniers, appliers, right? The theoretical physics, which runs our world, that Michio Kaku himself said, he doesn't know anybody in the field that uses the actual scientific method. Okay. So we actually use that to get our best answers. And again, we're always looking for something that'll prove us wrong. So on a ball, we should be able to see a certain distance, and then there should be physical curvature.
What was the model of?
He just had the screen moving.
Oh, the sun. Okay, why don't you complete the thought you had on the sunset?
Oh, the one I was just about to show, the Flat Earth Kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay, so this shows you how the sun sets. Let me pull it back up. Flat Earth Kitchen. Here we go. So I got my counter right here. And I have this level line, and I'm just running the line across it. Now I'm viewing this from a celestial, a raised and elevated point of view, same height as the sun, and it's going in a straight line, right? Now here, this could be a mountain, a city skyline, or it could just be the cloud deck, the atmospheric deck of opacity. I'm above it. I don't go below it. Now I have a terrestrial camera on the other end of the counter filming this, and I'm going to show you what it looks like from a terrestrial Earth-based point of view. Now, if I showed you this first, I would say, is this line level? And you would say, no, it's sloping down at about 45 degrees. And I'd say, is this sun going below this, whatever it is that appears to be at eye level? And you'd be like, yes, it is going below that. And if I zoom in, it looks like it's almost going straight down, but this is a level line. Okay. This is just going away due to perspective. There's no atmosphere in here. All right. Now here it is. Versus a real sunset, what's the sun going behind right here? Is that a mountain? Is that the atmospheric deck of opacity? But it's just going away, and it looks exactly the same It looks exactly the same. So the sun goes away behind an apparent horizon beyond the horizon. Okay. You know what? I think it's important to show what I showed before. So here is a guy looking out. His eyes are at the horizontal eye zone, the horizon. Okay. So we put in a perspective grid here, and we'll drop in a mountain. And we know that these clouds are still above the horizon, but they're just beyond the mountains. You can't see them because they're beyond the mountains. So we move the mountains into the distance down the grid, fill in the sides, fill in the foreground, and now we can see more of the clouds. But along the horizon, it literally become an opaque barrier. So now we'll add the sun, which is above them. The sun is going away. And as it goes away, it goes beyond that horizontal eye zone. It's still above the ground, but this line, which looks like it's at his eye level, is thousands of feet above his eye level. Okay. So if you drew a line from his eyes to the top of the mountain, it would be a line that slopes up. Okay. And then you have the sun going away. It looks like it's going down due to perspective, and it goes behind. But from his point of view, he sees it level and he sees it go down. It looks like it's going below a physical horizon, but the horizon is provably optical. On a flat Earth, on a globe Earth, it would have to be physical.
Dave, one point that we lost you for a few moments, but I know you brought this up third period. Was that you said that that gravity basically is overstated, that basically is used as a way to prop up around Earth. Can you just elaborate a little bit more what you mean by that?
So without the heliocentric model, gravity is without gravity, the entire thing falls apart. So they need gravity, but there's a thing called the three-body problem. And you can take the world's best supercomputer and you can say, okay, I got three bodies, and I put them in the computer simulation, and after a short period of time, they go into chaos mode, and no supercomputer in the world can figure out what they're going to do next. Right? They can figure out what's going to happen in a couple seconds, but they can't. But we live in a solar system with all of our planets and all the moons and everything else, and it's in perfect order, even when they all line up. And so the gravity should be affecting each other. Nothing gets tugged out of place. Okay, that's impossible. Okay, they can't model three bodies. Okay, let alone just our solar system, which is like 100 bodies with all the moons that they say they have now. None of it makes sense. They tell us Jupiter has more gravity than all of the other planets combined. Okay, this is them laughing at you. Jupiter, they also tell us, is made of 99% helium and hydrogen. Helium and hydrogen defy gravity here on Earth. So gas violently fills the available space. At what point do you have enough gas where it collapses on itself and makes a planet and has gravity? Okay. This is where your mind short circuits. You go, I'm not smart enough to figure this out. A guy in a lab coat and a bow tie who's a failed comedian tells you, and that you just have to believe him. Okay. That's pseudoscience. This is unsolvable. Three bodies. Okay. The sky is a perfect clock, right? All the finest watches in the world are based on the sky clock. The sky is the only accurate clock. And if it was a gravitational model, none of this would make any sense. The sun goes around once a day, right? And no matter wherever it is, like if I called right now my friend in Sydney, I'd say, where's the sun? He'd go, well, it's a little low in the sky and it's noon, right? And because the sun migrates in between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, that causes the seasons. It's warmer here in the summer because the sun is closer, period. Questions?
Yeah. All right. We do have some questions here. You start us off.
So you said earlier that you don't think that the planets are real. So do you believe in like stars?
So here's the thing. When you act, there's a thing called scale and size. They tell us that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but it also has to be 400 times farther than the moon. And so coincidentally, they look like they're the same. They're the same size. Okay, that's a cool story. Okay, So 400 times bigger, 400 times farther makes things the same size. Okay, that's actually provable. That scaling and distance does work that way. So let's look at Polaris, the most important star in the sky. They tell us Polaris is 433 light years away. Okay, light years is the distance light travels in a year. Okay, and it's 1,186,000 miles a second. That's what they say. Ridiculous. So how can we scale that to the sun? Well, the sun, they tell us, is 8 light minutes away, or 93 million miles. 8 light minutes. So if we doubled the distance so if the sun was a mile over your head at noon, it would fill the entire sky, right? Because it's a giant yoga ball and you're on a BB, right? And it's a quarter of a millimeter above your head and it would fill the entire sky. Move it 93 million miles away, 8 light minutes away. It's now the size of a coin held at arm's length. Nickel, baby. Okay. Double that distance. It's now a quarter of that size, maybe the size of a pencil eraser. Double that distance. It's a 16th of the size. Now it's getting pretty small. Double it again. It's a 64th the size. It's basically the size of a star at that point, if you can still see it. Well, that's 8 times the distance. That's 1 light hour. At 1 light hour, our sun would be the size of a star. Well, they tell us our sun is small, a small star. Okay. Well, let's double it again. It's 2 light hours away. Okay, it's now a quarter of the size of a star. It's gonna become unseeable. I'll double it again 4 times, 8, 16, right? Double it to a point where it's a light day away. It's scientifically provable. So at a light hour away, it's scientifically provable that you can't see the sun. Well, they tell us Polaris is 48 times bigger than the sun. So let's make it 48 times farther away. We can't see the sun at a light day away. We can't see Polaris at 48 light days away. Let's round it up to 2 months. At 2 light months away, it's scientifically provable you could not see Polaris. And the brightness issue is another issue, but we'll just talk about the viewable size. You could not see it at 2 light months away. They tell us it's 433 light years away. Okay. Your mind just short-circuited. You can't figure it out because you were never taught to deal with big numbers. Okay. 433 light years. 4 light years is 25 trillion miles. Okay. I haven't done the math on Polaris. Trillions. I asked the other class, how long is 1 trillion seconds? Just to show you how big 1 trillion is. And nobody knew. They guessed 50 days, 5 years. It's 31,000 years. 31,000 years is 1 trillion seconds, right? So all of these numbers, they have to make everything so big so you can't prove anything, right? So I showed you the 3-body problem. That's a problem. Our sky is a perfect clock. That's not a gravitational, random beehive buzzing universe, right? Once you understand what the heliocentric model is, here's the thing. Flat earthers know way more about the heliocentric model, because if globe earthers knew 1/10 of what we know about their model, they would be flat earthers, because their model is pseudoscience, provable pseudoscience. When you Google flat earth, you're not going to find anything. Go to flatearthdave.com, watch the videos there. Check out the app. You don't have to get the app. Watch them. There's countless videos there. Watch the crash course. And then, I have an offer. On the crash course, halfway down the website, it says crash course. It's a list of documentaries, really good, interesting stuff. Watch 3 of them. And if you can send me 1 globe proof, you win 3 Bitcoins. Okay.
Yeah. How would you explain, you said that how can water stand still if if the earth is flat, water would stand still? How would you explain currents and tides and, it's, I guess, proven that, the moon and gravity moves the ocean. How would you explain that?
You said something that you've been indoctrinated, that the tides have been proven to be done by the moon. On the frequently asked questions section on my app, there's a whole tide section, but that's not the case at all. During a full moon, there are higher tides. Okay, that's true, right? Why aren't there higher tides when there's a new moon, which is no light on the moon? Because the moon is still there. And in a gravitational model, it's not measuring how much light is on the moon, it's measuring the gravity of the moon. So why are the tides affected by the full moon more than the new moon? Right. And this map I'm showing you here, there's this thing called tidal nodes. There's these tidal nodes all over the world that have no tide, and the low tide and the high tide circle around these tidal nodes. Okay. Unrelated to the moon's gravity. Yes, the moon and the sun both have something to do with the tides, but it's an electric force. There's also unknown stuff on Earth where, personally, I believe that the North brings water in and exhales it out, if you will, twice a day, in and out, in and out. That's where we get our 4 tides, right? The gravitational model for tides is hysterical. Okay, so this is what they tell you the tides are, right? You got the full moon, and it pulls the water away from the Earth here. And then when you ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, why is there another high tide on the other side of the Earth at the same time, 12 hours away? And his answer is because the moon is pulling the Earth away from the water. That is his official answer. Okay. If that sounds, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the R word, but I'll just call it the R word. It is. It's completely ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's the R word I'll use. Okay. So again, if my head was the moon, it's pulling the water away from the Earth, and then it's pulling the Earth away from the water. That's the official story. You want to believe that? You might be too deep to get out of the pool.
At the very beginning, you mentioned a lot about like a they when talking about a lot about this indoctrination. Could you talk a little bit more about who you think they is?
So they are the royal families, the Council of Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome. These are the organizations, the unelected organizations, the self-appointed organizations around the world run by the elite families, from the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the royal family. These are the people that we see that are running the world. Now, if you look into our true history, there is a thing called a reset that happens. People think that it's every 5,000 or 10,000 years. I think it's like every 200 to 250 years. Okay. And the people that are running the world, they're the inheritors of this post-apocalyptic world that we live in. Again, lot to take in, but these are the ones that are running the world, but they have their puppet masters. I believe their puppet masters live beyond the shoreline of Antarctica. Can't prove it. We want the right to go explore. We don't need to speculate about more land, which I believe is the case, beyond Antarctica to prove the Earth is flat. We don't need to speculate about the lights in the sky that are scientifically provable and impossible to see from what they tell us, and how they're fixed in their position and they never change, to prove the Earth is flat. It's provably a level horizontal plane, and it provably matters.
I was wondering if you could furthermore explain like the seasons and like the way the sun kind of like moves.
Absolutely. Seasons are one of my favorite. So seasons actually prove the Earth is flat. Here's what's called the analemma. They've removed it from most globes. If you take a picture of the sun at noon every day, every week or whatever, it'll create this pattern. This is the northern loop, and this is the southern loop. So 6 months and then 6 months. Why is it smaller here and bigger there? And the answer is because on the flat Earth, the sun, when it's out over the Tropic of Capricorn, which is in the outer south, it has to make a bigger loop in 24 hours. So it's moving faster. And this is scientifically provable. And it's the only way the analemma can work. So here is the analemma seasons. Well, I can show you. Oh, yeah. So, no, I got a different way to show you. We don't have a lot of time. I just lost my sound. There you go. I'm back. If we go back to the app here, one question. Why do I have this up? So midnight for a person on the equator here is that way, midnight, and then noon is for this person. It's noon here and it's midnight here. 6 months later, midnight is that way and noon is that way. So a person sitting here can look up and see the stars. 6 months later, he's on the other side of the sun looking the opposite direction. He can see the same stars. Explain that in a heliocentric world. You can't. Okay. So as far as seasons is the best. Seasons is absolutely. Let me make this bigger for you. So the sun goes around once a day. You see the outer yellow line and then the inner yellow line. The outer one is the Tropic of Capricorn. I'll move the sun out there. And so in December, it's over the Tropic of Capricorn and it's closer to the outer south. So it's summertime there over middle of South America. And if you look over forward, it's heading towards Australia. It goes right over Australia in December. They have their summer in December. The sun is higher in the sky because it goes right over them, right? When you're standing under a street light, it's right over you, but the one a block down, that's lower in the sky. Okay. 6 months later, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the sun migrates into the Tropic of Cancer. And that's when we have our inner northern summer because it's closer. Here's a quick little experiment, and you guys could do this yourself. Two of you go outside in the middle of the winter. It's freezing, and you're sitting 20 feet apart, and you're both freezing to death. Okay. And then somebody get a nice big heat lamp on a 15-foot pole and hold it directly over one of the people. Okay. So you're holding it directly over one person, and they feel the heat. They feel warm. They take off their coat. It's high above them, right? But the other person goes, I can barely feel the heat over here, and it's not above me. It's lower in the sky. It's over there, right? Now that person walks over to me, bringing the heat lamp to me slowly. Takes them 6 months, and they keep it at the same height, and I'll watch it get higher and higher and higher, and I get warmer and warmer and warmer and warmer, and now it's above me. I'm hot. The other person's freezing. That's how seasons work, right? I wish I had a whole hour to talk about this. They want us to believe that if the camera is the sun, the reason we have the winter is because we're tilted away, okay? But you have to understand that spinning is tilting also, right? I could spin and tilt away. So in the summer in the north, I can go out on the water, the sun will appear on the horizon, and I can feel the heat immediately. That's the most severe tilt it could possibly be. And in the heliocentric model, it's 3.5 million miles farther away during our summer. I don't know if you knew that. Okay. I can feel the heat. 6 months later in December, I can go out at noon when the sun is at its highest point for the day, way higher than on the horizon, way up there. I could look at the sun. I can't even feel the heat here in Connecticut. It's freezing. This completely, when you understand it, debunks the globe. It is scientifically impossible. It's summer because the sun is closer. It's winter because the sun is farther. When it's farther, it's lower in the sky.
Okay, so you say that they want us to believe that the earth is round so they can control us, but why does that matter? Like, how does us believing that the earth is a globe, like, help them control us?
Well, if you understood that, the world, I don't know if you guys really notice what's going on in the world. I'm not sure how informed you are, but the world is in a bit of tyranny right now. And if you knew that there was not 8 or 9 continents or whatever they say, that there's 5,000 continents, other places to live, maybe you'd want to leave. If you understood that there's no such thing as that we're not running out of fuel, and actually that we don't need fuel, we don't need what they call fossil fuels, that there is free energy, that you can pull energy out of the ether. Anyone that has a drone, try this. Get a long spool of the thinnest copper wire you can, tie it to your drone and put the drone up as high as you can. Don't touch the wire. It's filled with electricity. There's free electricity everywhere, okay? And they don't want us to understand that we have the free power. They don't want us to understand the technology, our true history, because if you are limited, living in fear, living in lack, willing to follow their orders, right? They're trying to push on us right now. It's called 15-minute cities. Look that up, guys. 15-minute cities. They don't want you traveling farther than 15 minutes away from where you live, right? That's control. But if you understood that all of that is nonsense, and we have the rights to travel anywhere we want in this realm, that opens up a lot of possibilities. So they want us, working for them. They want us following their orders. And, it matters more than you can even fathom, because if you can't think big, you can't create big. Your thoughts create your reality. And I know that, that some of you may be hearing that for the first time, but your thoughts actually create your world. Look at everything you have in your life. It's because of the way you and the people around you think, right? Everything that you have, good or bad. Here's the biggest conspiracy in the world. The universe, or this world, or this realm, is conspiring to bring you every single thing that you're thinking, good or bad. If you think it and put it out there, it is conspiring to deliver that to you. And it's how good you are at manifesting that determines how you do in your life. And if they can put you in this mind prison of this heliocentric world, they literally can control your mind. They take the Earth globe and they wrap it around a sphere. Where is it? There you go. So they take the Earth, they wrap it around a sphere, and they say, this is where you live. There's nothing else beyond. Don't you dare even think about exploring this ice down here. This is ice, right? Don't you even think about exploring that, right? This is all that there is. That's what they want you to think. So why the lie is the big one. On this app, you can find it at flatearthdave.com. On the question mark page, there's Why the Lie. Amazing videos there. But on my website, flatearthdave.com, scroll down to the crash course. Some of the Why the Lie stuff is in there. Watch the first 3 videos. Watch the 5th video, the 10th video. Watch them all. Turn off Netflix for a week, and your life will change forever.
That's nasty.
So you believe in gravity, but the Earth is flat. You only believe gravity goes like this, and it's not like from all directions. It goes like this.
I'll give you a quick rundown on gravity. Flat earthers say that down is down in all directions, but global earthers want you to believe down is opposite directions. The thing is, they tell us, science tells us that gravity is an extremely weak force. And it's very, very weak. They also tell us that the electrostatic force, positives and negatives attracting to each other, are 10 to the 36th power stronger than gravity. That's an unbelievable number. You can't even fathom what 10 to the 15th, which is a trillion. Okay, 10 to the 36th power stronger than gravity. We can manipulate gravity with by changing the electrostatic charge of something. So we live in this giant battery system. The sun and the moon are the anode and the cathode. Salt water carries the current, and the land is the salt bridge. That's a battery, right? Here I got some balloons floating neutral. I got a little button on here, and it's just floating a couple inches above the floor. This wire goes to a Van der Graaf generator, and we're just going to change the electrostatic charge of this. The Earth has a negative charge. We put a positive charge, and it goes down. Okay. So did we just change the gravity, or did we just change the electric static charge? Okay. Buoyancy and density sort everything else out, but down is down because there's a flow of free energy. You can prove that with your drone, going down into the earth. During electrical storms, they can measure things fall at a different rate than they tell us. Right? When a lightning bolt happens, things go flying in the air because it's changing the electrostatic charge of the earth just for a split second, and it's repelling everything off the earth. It has nothing to do with gravity. Here it is putting a negative charge into something, it goes up because the earth is negative. We repel each other. Okay. It's staying up. We're not defying gravity. We're defying electrostatics. And here, MIT, their silent drone, no moving parts, and it flies just by changing the electrostatic charge. Now, if you want to believe in gravity, okay. Well, when something falls, the electrostatic charge is 10 to the 36th power stronger than gravity. So how could you ever claim that it's gravity? How could gravity not be pulling this down? Okay. And the answer is because electrostatics run this world. Everything is electrostatic. Everything has an electrostatic charge. Everything, without exception.
So if the Earth is flat, then do you believe in the opposing poles, like the North and South Pole? And also, do you believe in magnetic fields?
Oh, magnetic fields are sure. We live inside a big giant toroid. Out of the center of the flat Earth comes a toroidal field, and that's where our magnetic north is. Now, if the Earth was a ball and with a molten magnetic core, well, that's impossible because you can't have a molten magnet. Look up the Curie point. Any magnet, heat it before it melts, it loses all its magnetism. But somehow they know it's below 7.5 miles, even though they can't get there, and it's a molten magnetic core, which is scientifically impossible. But there is a magnetic pole at the north. If the Earth was a globe, there would have to be a magnetic pole in the south, and all compasses would point to the south. On the equator, compasses would be confused. They wouldn't know which way to go. But on the equator, compasses work fine. They point north. Halfway down below the equator, they still point north. By the time you get to Antarctica, compasses don't work because it's too far away from the north, right? Compasses don't work in Antarctica. Okay, that proves there's a problem. And then there's a whole thing we don't have time for it called magnetic declination. There's big swaths of the Earth. When you wrap a flat globe, a flat map, circle map around a globe, you're going to have these big wrinkles. These are parts that are literally cut out of our Earth, and they're not on GPS. They still exist, but nobody can navigate through there because everybody uses GPS. So when a ship gets a plane gets lost, like MH13 disappeared, it went into a no zone, a no GPS zone, in my opinion. So yes, the magnetics of the Earth actually prove the Earth is flat, and compasses only work level on a level plane.
Yeah. We have time for probably one more question that I hasn't asked yet, so I'm going to go with.
Do you have any friends or family that don't believe in the flat Earth model?
Great question. Great question. Well, I have my brother and my sister. Absolutely. I don't even know if they know I'm a flat earther because they're so lost in in their make believe reality, and that's fine. I don't force anybody to do it. But what I have is a whole new family of friends that's amazing. This is a map just showing you the flat earthers around me. Look at this. These are just some of the flat earthers. These are the ones that just have my app. And on here are just the most amazing, awake and aware people in the world. What's that?
So they're impressed by the number of people there. So do you feel that the movement is gaining momentum, that people are getting to see the light?
Yeah, absolutely. It's growing faster and faster. You guys don't remember, but in 2017 and before, there used to be a scoreboard. When you Google something on YouTube, it'd tell you, there's 40,000 results, 4 million results, whatever. Flat Earth overtook the top search, which was, between Britney Spears and Donald Trump. And the day that it beat Donald Trump, as far as the number one search to him, they took down the scoreboard. There's no longer a scoreboard. They try everything. If you Google flat Earth, you're going to get nothing. All of the videos on my app, on the daily video, the frequently asked questions, you won't find them on YouTube on your own. So that's why you need something to direct you there, right? The frequently asked questions page, all of your questions are answered here in video format. It's phenomenal. Don't believe anything. Verify everything. And one other thing on here, I was talking about history. If you go down, look at the giant trees, look at mud floods, Sataria stuff, biogeology. This stuff will blow your mind, and it'll upset your biology teacher tremendously.
David, we want to thank you for taking time out to present to us today.
Thank you, guys. FlatEarthDave.com. Just go there and watch the crash course videos. You don't have to get the app. Just watch the crash course videos, and then you'll understand that you've been lied to.
All right. Let me do this there. Clay has one more question for you.
Sorry, I was just wondering if you could give me like a simple definition of what electroforce is.
A simple definition? Well, everything is electric. Everything has electrostatic force. Has electrostatic charge, sorry. And we know that positive and negatives attract to each other. So everything has a measurable electrostatic force. And as you get higher up off the Earth, the electrostatic charge gets much, much stronger as you go up. Every time you go up a foot or a yard. It goes up by I think 1,000 volts. There's a couple great videos on the frequently asked questions page under Gravity that will explain that stuff for you if you have time.
Okay, thank you very much.
You got it.
Other questions, Dave?
Well, I just wanted to say that was actually eye-opening. Yes. I've recently been so into conspiracy stuff, and I like hearing this makes me just question like the higher power that you were talking about.
Do
I
me a
believe in
favor.
the royal family, all that stuff.
Do me a favor. Wait, listen. I know you're excited. Don't go home and tell people the earth is flat. I want you to take some time. Don't do it because no one ever listens to me. You're going to do it. I know you're going to do it. Don't do it. Just take some time. Watch the crash course videos. Watch the level.
I already have.
Okay.
I've been preparing. So thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, good luck.
All right, hold on.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Come on.
So the moon landing, right? Do you think the moon landing was fake?
Dude, did you watch? Did you watch India land on the moon yesterday?
What?
India landed on the moon yesterday. India landed on the moon yesterday.
Did they take a video?
Dude, I'm going to show you. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. It's all right if you're late to your next class because they're not going to teach you anything useful.
Okay, we'll get a pass.
We're
I'd rather talk about this than forensics.
So Russian, India. So ready? This is the Indian moon landing. There's that's the head of India. This is the actual footage from the Indian moon landing. That's the footage. This is the footage.
That's it?
This is the footage. It's not landed yet. Give it a second. It's gonna land.
I think that's a video game.
I know. This is like a 1970 video game, and then everyone's clapping. Dude, it's unbelievable.
Bro.
It's unbelievable.
That's what I'm saying. I was doing this. I was looking at videos of the moon landing and researching about that, and there's so much inconsistency with how it looks on the moon.
But if you
the way that the astronauts are moving on the moon.
No, you're right. You got it. The thing is, if you Google it, you're not going to find anything useful. But if you go on the web button here,
on the website.
On the web button.
Go to flatearthdave.com. Come on.
And then go moon nonsense. Flatearthdave.com. And then listen.
All right, bet.
So hold on.
I will download that app. Just
Hold on. The app's $3.
All right, he's ready.
Tell David if anyone that gets the app, there's a subscription if you want to use some of the higher features on the app, which you don't need, but I'll give it to you guys for free. Anyone that downloads the app gets it for free. Okay? I'll give you guys a code to activate it. But here, this is stuff that's being hidden from you. The moon nonsense. The rockets are balloons. Blow your mind. Nobody died in the Challenger accident. Nobody died.
No one died? All right, I'll watch that.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Before you even do that, flatearthdave.com, scroll down to the crash course, and then there's a movie. I think it's one of the top 3. It's called Level With Me. Watch that. Turn off Netflix for a couple weeks.
No, we will.
Watch those movies, and then and then reach out. There you go. Beautiful.
Thank you so much.
All right,
High
guys.
five.
See ya.
Literally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was great. Had a great time.
All right.
Very funny. Good shit.
Keep thinking. Don't believe. Think.
All right. Yeah, we had a few issues there with the fire drill, and then we lost the internet there for a few minutes.
All right.
We did have some science teachers who stopped by. So interesting to touch base with them and see what they thought.
Do me a favor. Get your science teachers and ask them if they'll do a private Zoom with myself and maybe one other guy, and let them do question and answer with us.
Okay. I'll ask them, see if they can do that.
Thanks. That was fun. Let me know next time.
Yeah, we'll do that there. As I said, I thought there was a lot of good questions, and kids were interested, and as you can tell, some of them were very inspired. So
last set of girls was good. They're going to get it. They're going to wake up.
What's up? You guys like it? Interesting video.
Lest we forget. Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, aka the photosynthetic redneck, aka no marble science, fresh off his thesis defense of
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
March 2021.
Can I ask Jeremy a question? What kind of science is astronomy, Jeremy? Don't tell me to fuck off. Just answer the question. What kind of science is astronomy?
Pseudoscience.
Correct.
No, it's called observational science.
Observational science? Isn't that painfully redundant? Since the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon, leading to a logical fallacy, fallacy of composition, also known as faulty induction. Description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. With observational science, observation is part of the whole, but not the whole of science, i.e., the scientific method. You still have hypothesis construction and the actualization thereof. Experiment. Let's have a little look-see here. Observational science. There's only one source I can find. That's troubling. It's from yourdictionary.com. Okay? It says the definition of observational science is a field of science where controlled observations cannot be done in order to study causes and effects. Scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. It gives examples of observational science: astronomy, sociology, economics, and epidemiology. Beneath the huge advertisement, it also has paleontology and geology. Let's take a look at the first part of this definition. Observational science is a field of science where controlled observations. What do they mean by that? Controlled observations, like you got blinders on, or you got electrodes on your eyelids, and you plug it in and they open up your eyelids and they're controlled, and then you pull the plug and they turn them off. What the hell is that? Who knows? Controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects. Well, that's not natural science. Hypotheses and experiments are purely cause and effect relationship moieties. So it's pseudoscience. If these guys go masquerading around as science, then they're pseudosciences by definition. The second part of this definition: scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. What? And they put astronomy with sociology and economics, social sciences, nature taking its course in sociology. Could you show me that? How about nature taking its course in economics? My word, son.
You find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. It's like epidemiology, sociology, economics, things like that are called observational sciences.
Yep, that's right. You forgot to scroll down underneath your dictionary source and catch a hold of paleontology and geology train wrecks in your observational science dumpster fire.
Do you know what that means, Jeremy?
It means it's pseudoscience because you're not going to follow the scientific method.
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
It means.
Yeah, laugh it up there, funny boy.
It means it's a field of science where controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects.
Yeah, exactly. The prosecution rests. The scientific method's sole purpose is to elucidate cause and effect relationships. You just admitted that these clowns can't do cause and effect. Ergo pseudoscience, by definition. Thanks. It's also fallacious, as we identified.
That's what observational science is.
Yeah, pseudoscience. We already established that. Also, Professor Blueballs, does your dictionary, observational sciences, only conduct observational studies? The answer is yes. From Hinkelmann, Klaus, Kepthorne, Design and Analysis of Experiments, Volume 1, Introduction to Experimental Design. Observational studies are not experiments.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
By definition, observational studies lack the manipulation required for Baconian experiments.
Fatality.
In addition, observational studies, for example in biological or social systems, often involve variables that are difficult to quantify or control. Moreover, there are 3 types of observational studies: case control, cross-sectional, and cohort studies. Let me ask you a question. Can you give me the case control, cross-sectional, or cohort study in astronomy? It'd be easier building a perpetual motion machine of the second kind out of taxation without representation.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. There is no such thing as the scientific method, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
You serious?
Jeez, hillbilly. You lost your photosynthetic redneck mind? That's rhetorical. We'll just do 10 out of 185 million. We want to get out of here this century. From the Geosociety, Kristen McClellan, the title of the article, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolf's title of the article, Introduction to the Scientific Method. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, title of the article, 6 Steps of the Scientific Method. From the Khan Academy, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From Live Science, title of the article, Science and the Scientific Method. From ChemLibreText, title of the article, 1.4, The Scientific Method, How Chemists Think. From Northern Arizona University, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. From Purdue University, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From the National Institutes of Health.gov, title of the paper, The Scientific Method. From Nature.com, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. If you would have said there is no such thing as the Declaration of Independence, it'd have been more coherent.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
It's creating low pressure.
And that's how, listen to me, that's how it overcomes gravity.
Jesus.
It doesn't overcome gravity.
So let me get this straight. That's how it overcomes gravity. It doesn't overcome gravity? You reminisce with strangers? You got horseshit for brains, son. Clown.
Let's agree on a height, because I think that's a fair point to proceed forward from. You've obviously got a point of ejection to 10 feet, and maybe it was a little flippant. My apologies.
Well, I don't mind.
Maybe you could suggest
it doesn't really
a height.
matter.
So it doesn't really matter. You're saying that height doesn't really matter, hillbilly blue balls, the redneck retard.
Well, it does matter, doesn't it? Because the distance to the horizon is what?
No,
it does matter. Why? Why doesn't it matter?
Don't attack me. I'm just.
Don't attack you. He's merely asking you why height doesn't matter. You friggin' snowflake bozo redneck retard.
No, why doesn't it matter?
Making a point.
Your point was that it doesn't matter. My point is that it does.
Listen, if you want to target height,
why does it matter?
if you want an observer height or a gun barrel height of 30 feet, you could probably target stuff out to about 6 miles, something like that.
So why doesn't the observer height matter when targeting?
It doesn't matter because
You
the
made that
radar,
statement.
which is like
No interruption, Tears.
50 or 60 feet up, you know what I mean?
Tears,
And it's
we
a
got
parabola
Adam
flying over
and
the
Blue
horizon.
having a combo here. Adam and Blue, please.
You could see a target on the horizon at about 6 or 7 miles from 30 feet, from a 30-foot observer height or gun barrel height, laser
So
height.
why does not the observer height not matter when you're painting a target, when you're observing it across a geometric ball of radius?
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Oh, really? You didn't say it didn't matter? Do you even know your own name? Or where you're at? You double-speaking Muppets. You just said it didn't matter about 20 seconds ago. Let's have a listen.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
You said clearly it doesn't really matter.
Did I?
You did, sir. That's why I felt the need to address it so we could proceed.
I don't believe I said that.
So you don't believe you said that? Really? Well, let's have another listen.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
It
doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
Wow. It's well past time for you to head back to the Blue Tick Coonhound Kennel, or your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised!
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
You said you're doing an experiment. I just want to know what experiment it is. Would you have more detail?
You don't know that I'm doing Cavendish.
What? Cavendish never performed a scientific experiment, Professor Hillbelly. He didn't have a viable dependent variable. Ergo, no hypothesis. Therefore, no experiment. Check the original paper. You'll find nada. Zippo. Number 2. Why are you performing a non-experiment from a 106-year-out-date pseudoscience, Hillbelly? From Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics, via Phys Libre text. Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. So, it's well past time to get up to date with the new hotness, Einstein's general theory of relativity from 1915, and start performing bendy space-time experiments.
And what's your hypothesis?
Attracts mass.
Sorry? What's your hypothesis?
Mass attracts other mass.
So, your hypothesis is, given mass, then mass will attract other mass, right? That's not a scientific hypothesis, Professor Blueballs. That's a circular banjo-do-si-do begging the question fallacy train wreck. You'd fail 5th grade general science and the 60-level basic reasoning course. By the way, what's mass?
Mass is simply the resistance to acceleration. Do you know that?
No. That's inertia. But we'll roll with it anyway. So let's take the definition you provided and substitute the definition for the word, mass. You said mass is the resistance to acceleration. So your hypothesis actually is, given the resistance to acceleration, the resistance to acceleration will attract the resistance to acceleration.
Gas molecules are moving in all different directions, but they're also moving in one singular mass in one direction.
So gas molecules are moving in all different directions and at the same time moving in one singular resistance to acceleration direction?
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. And Newton's second law of motion is just the one everybody's heard a million times.
force is equal to mass times acceleration. Do you have any problem with that?
Yeah.
Look at you, big dummy.
Mainly, it, along with all of Newton's so-called laws, along with the universal law of gravitation, were replaced by Einstein 106 years ago. Then wholesale debunked by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal MA was filleted and fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick! Can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal MA is false,
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Fatality. Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. A mole is simply a quantity. And as I say, it could be a quantity of anything. We could have a mole of brines if we had enough space to put that many brines.
Wrong. From Royal Society of Chemistry, mole contains exactly 6.022140076 times 10 to the 23rd elementary entities. Unless Brian is an elementary entity, you just bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Again.
You dumbass.
Yes, in atmosphere, depending on the ratio of surface area to mass, or to weight, if you want to think of it that way.
Wrong. You're going to have to pick one, Professor. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. Why aren't you mindlessly parroting the correct horseshit from your pseudoscientist, Professor Hillbelly?
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
And the force you're speaking about is gravity, is it not?
Yes.
Why is it then that Albert Einstein, over 100 years ago, stopped calling gravity a force, and he called it an effect due to the curvature of space-time by matter?
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is. It is the curvature of space-time. But Einstein did nothing more than add to Newton's theories.
You serious?
Yeah, because he's dunning batshit Kruger. Number one, Newton never even proposed a scientific theory in his life. Number two, if Einstein added to Newton's theories, he would have subtracted special relativity. Why? Well, the universal law of gravitation violates special relativity. From Britannica.com, Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously, according to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Because every molecule of gas is being subjected to an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second toward the Earth.
Yeah. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse-hobbled unicorn and riding around the Sombrero Galaxy. If what you just said was true, it would never rain. You dumbass cracker. And how's it feel to be in direct contradiction with Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, and parts of Dalton's law? And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked, you've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody lifeless pulp.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
We measure the rate that things fall. Is that how we determine the gravitational constant?
No, that's not how the gravitational constant was arrived at. That's not how you can derive the or measure the gravitational constant. You can't derive it in the first place. You've got to. It had to be measured. Still has to be measured. How
is it measured, though?
It's a product of our inconvenient set of units that we choose to use. If we'd picked something other than meters and kilograms and so forth, could have come up with a completely different constant. But it's a constant of proportionality. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did.
Wrong. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Professor Blue Balls here is either a stone-cold liar or clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the poster child of a fork-tongued, double-speaking, numpty dipshit spinning space monkey.
Cavendish measured. Actually, what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant.
What in the flying f*** is going on here? You just said.
How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Cavendish measured. Actually, what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Actually, what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant. Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth. He was looking to determine what the mass, the weight of the Earth, is.
Remember this, ass clown. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu. Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G. Or M. How about this one, dumbass? Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific context, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. And finally, now let's not forget what this window licker said.
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth.
Fatality.
From Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, Volume 88, 1798, pages 469 to 526. Title of the paper: Experiments to Determine the Density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, FRS, and AS. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's obvious that this slack-jawed meatball has never even looked at the original paper.
Ay, caramba!
Yet,
you knew that the butane was denser, was a more dense gas than the air that was already inside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brian, and I forgot what I was going to say at this point. Yeah, the butane is heavier. No question about that. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because of relative density. No, well, it's heavier because it's more dense. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because it's more dense. Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Prepare yourself.
It has nothing to do with the Earth rotating under the football. The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this ass clown retard of the ages is clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger insane. From Vanderbilt.edu, angular momentum is the measure of the momentum of an object around an axis. From Phys Text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. What's its? Well, the rotating object. Angular momentum deals with angular velocity. That is, it speaks to radians or revolutions per unit time around a given axis. There's two types of angular momentum: spin and orbital. Then two more subtypes: point and extended objects. Point objects is just how it sounds: an object accelerating around a point, like a ball attached to a string that you start spinning above your head. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals R, radius, radians. That's the distance from the rotation point in your hand to the center of the ball, times p, linear momentum. And extended objects is the whole object rotating about its own axis, like a spinning orb. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals rotational inertia times omega, which is angular velocity. That is radians per unit time. Professor Blue Balls is essentially saying that balls, balloons, helicopters, drones, and airplanes rotate after leaving the surface of the Earth.
You dumbass.
Look, Ma, the balloon's rotating about its center axis. Or, look, Ma, the hovering helicopter is orbiting the Earth. You dumbass cracker. Listening to this retard photosynthetic redneck is tantamount to listening to Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. Moreover, check this out. This booger eater's argument is that there's only one reference frame on the Earth.
It is one non-inertial reference frame. That's where Coriolis takes place, not two reference frames.
But then he says this.
The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
If there's only one reference frame on the Earth, booger eater, then why in a flying Fukuyama would the object need to conserve any momentum whatsoever upon leaving the surface? It hasn't entered another reference frame. According to your dumbass, there's only one.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take a closer look at this again. From Phys Libertex, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. The law of conservation of angular momentum would never need to be described without an inertial reference frame, because there'd never be a case where external torques would even exist. The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is a direct consequence of Newton's third law. From Boston University, Department of Physics. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases they do, but if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, while we're spinning around would be a good example, then Newton's laws are not valid.
Oh, now I've done it. I've cut the dickens out of my finger. Well,
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
Oh, yeah.
So that then begs the question, Professor Blue Balls, how can we even describe the conservation of angular momentum without an inertial reference frame?
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
You, sir, are what we call in the industry a dizzy dumb fuck. You will never, ever recover. Spin in space, monkeys. Spin in space, monkeys.
You know who this is? No. Bye-bye, lard ass.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Linatomo.
Lino Tomo's still in here, but I never heard him or her speak.
Tomo? Oh.
Lino Tomo.
How you doing?
That's what's that guy there before? He is.
Hello.
Yeah, Limatono is old. He's been around for a long time. I can't
Yeah, I think I remember you from like the OG server.
I'm a moderator global.
You still a Glober after all this time?
Yeah.
Wow.
What's holding you to it?
This should be good then.
Live near the ocean or the sea, and I see. I don't
Sorry,
know.
you cut out at the start of that there.
Are you
Can you
willing
say
to
that again, sorry?
admit that the thing that's keeping you on the globe is that you want to believe? Come on, because that's really what it amounts to. You just want to believe that the Earth is a globe and
No,
that space exists.
I actually bought the P900. I did research, I did picture, I did this, I did that. I presented to you guys, and you guys say no. So,
What did you do with the P900s?
Bullshit.
What did you present?
Present. I did a picture on the Bay Area in San Francisco. Around, I sit in a place in Sausalito, which is across the bay. And I took a bunch of pictures without even seeing what I was taking picture of because it was sunny. And I was about 4 feet from the water. And when I look at the picture, they are all, you can see that, the city in the back is like Oakland. It's halfway under the sea. And no matter where I look, all around me.
You haven't really researched or learned about the law of perspective yet, right?
Well, I was animator for like 20 years. I know perspective.
Oh.
Did you do like humidity and everything? Like you take all that into account as well?
The humidity, the Bay Area is pretty much it's like the water is pretty cold and the air is pretty cold. So there was a little bit of that marine layer, But right now I'm actually in Newport Beach in California. And I'm taking a chair and I'm going to look at sunset.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm still not getting it. Why are you a glower? Because you live in San Francisco?
I was wondering when Q was gonna fetch.
Most of the time.
I can't hear him all that well.
Like I live in Italy at the sea, at the beach, and then I live in California half of the
I
year.
asked you where you lived. I said, why are you a glober?
Well, because I live at the beach.
Because you live on the beach, you're a glober. That doesn't make any damn sense.
Well, because I can see the horizon, and
Yeah, it's flat.
and
The geometric horizon?
it goes all around me 360.
Oh, brother. You see the geometric horizon?
I see whatever I see, the horizon.
Oh, that's some hefty evidence.
How
Flat.
far?
Flat
how
horizon.
different- How's the difference? Like, how far do you think?
How
How,
far?
how different is the geometric to the apparent? It's probably
The geometric horizon is apparent.
This is just sheer laziness. Is what it
Yeah,
is.
because you lived
I wanna-
on coastal regions and you can only see so far. That means that.
I
the
can-
Earth is a globe.
Wait a
The
minute.
geometric
but if you-
horizon- hold on a second. The geometric horizon is apparent.
Sorry, I missed that.
The geometric horizon is apparent.
The
geometric horizon is apparent.
It is. It says apparent, but see, apparent in Italian means it appears. It's not appear to be. Appear because it's right there. So it's a different type of. But anyway, I know what you talk about. I know.
What it means here too, Lunotomo.
I
That's
know.
exactly what
Yeah.
it means here as well. It only appears to be that way, not necessarily being that way, but appearing to be that way.
Yeah, but sometimes you can be appear and is actually there. Like I don't think that the geometric and the apparent are much different in like in
What?
position.
So
You know what I'm
so
saying?
there's two horizons, is what you're saying. You got the apparent. When do we
No,
ever
no,
see?
no.
No.
Well, I'm just saying that it's not that much. There is not much difference between one and the other. It's very like few.
So there's two.
No, I mean it depends from the condition.
You said one and the
Okay.
other. How is that not two?
Well, let me ask
Okay.
this: if it's only appearance, so it
Yeah.
appears as though it could appear as being a globe, but could it also could it also appear as being flat in any of
No.
those coastal regions where you live?
No, because if I look around, I can see the curve around me. You understand?
Well,
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah,
So
thanks,
you,
Lou. Well,
what you're
what-
saying is you stand at the beach and you can see a curve.
Yes,
Is that what you
that's what he
said?
said.
Left to right. Yes.
Yes. So show us.
Are we seeing different things? Do you need glasses?
Okay, let me. No, I don't. I can show you.
Okay.
I have to find it, but I can show you, like, for example, from a boat, right? If I'm in the middle of the ocean and I film front and back, right? Like it's in front of you, it looks flat, right? But then you turn right and you turn left, and you'll see that is a circle. Is a 360 circle around you, and there is if you're lower is a smaller circle, if you go higher is a bigger circle.
And
Yeah,
that
so it's like if you
circle,
go-
and that
you
circle
leave,
is flat.
That's amazing.
No, but you know what I mean. Like if you go to a beach, right? The horizon is not flat and it goes from one place straight to the right, right? Like if
No,
you look
wrong.
wherever, but wherever you are in the world and you're looking in front of you, there is the straight horizon, right?
Yeah.
So that means it's curving.
So straight means curve. Okay, gotcha.
Straight curving.
No, I'm saying, like I'm right now at the beach, looking right now at the curve. Right
Take
now.
a picture.
Take a picture.
I can take a video because that's how I can show you the curve, but you're not gonna see it. You have to be.
Please.
Please show us.
Hold on.
But do you not see the
Hold
issue of the
on.
sentence that you just said, where you said there's a straight horizon, that means it's curving?
Curved.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the second time I've heard someone say that. What the hell?
I mean, I explain. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna explain you what I mean. Okay, so you think that the horizon is straight, right? Correct.
No,
Horizon.
The horizon is level. It's horizontal. Flat.
It's horizontal, right? But you agree with me, QE, that if you're on a boat and you
No.
right?
No, I think you cut out there, Lino Tomo.
I can see Morocco on a clear day from my town, from my city, Malaga.
doesn't have. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't you agree with
Okay.
me, QE? Don't you agree with me, QE?
I didn't hear it yet.
Oh,
No, I was saying that.
You're on a boat.
What are you saying? Why does he cut out after saying this is what I'm saying?
What type of boat is it?
It's always.
He's gone again. He's spinning in circles.
It's a yacht. It's a yacht.
There you are.
We hear you again. We hear you again.
Okay, so I just want to know, like, you guys understand when I say that there is a circle around us?
Have you
No.
had an eye transplant and they inserted a fisheye lens in your eyes or something?
No, without the fisheye lens in my eyes. Like, let's.
No.
Well, okay, so just to satisfy him, essentially what he's essentially what he's talking about is your perspective. Like you have a limit to your range of view, correct?
It's still perpendicular.
No, he said it was curving. So I want to see the curve. Just get the video and post it in there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the video.
Are we really waiting for it?
Tomo, you getting mugged?
Well, he is in San Francisco. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah.
He's in Newport Beach.
Yeah.
He's getting mugged by a fucking fentanyl addicted trans woman.
Jesus.
Does he got flowers in his hair?
Oh man. Yeah.
I get what he's trying to say, to be honest. Like, I do
thinks he
get what
sees
the
curve.
gist that he's getting at, but that doesn't. That has no relevance to if it's flat or not. Like,
He
it's
left.
your perspective.
You scared him away, Bambi.
He left?
Maybe he's
I
from
didn't say
Rome.
nothing, man.
Needs to get the pizza in the oven.
I really like his accent.
Che cosa fai, ragazzi? Sei un accento veramente inutile.
Oh shit, Enzyme. He's in the mob. Watch out.
Ya está hablando.
The minute I get us
español,
onto a
español.
flat Earth conversation,
I bet he makes
disappears.
some damn good spaghetti though.
Yeah, you're not racist.
Italiano will break.
You know why the Earth is round? Because meatball. It's a ball. You get it? That's it.
That will be considered racist, but it's still funny.
Nope. We can still make fun of Italians. It's safe.
He's joined back.
Welcome.
They haven't got to
Hello
that
again.
group yet.
All right, Tomo, you got the video?
I think the mugger has his phone now. Hey, mugger, can you take a video for us, please?
What did you say?
Little
Mug-
mono.
Oh.
Tomo! You chicken chucking mother clucker, give us that video.
Chicken chucking.
Mother clucker.
Yeah, ironically,
That's
Gabe is
new.
called.
Used to be Crayon Muncher. And there's a chicken chucking mother chucker.
How
Chicken
about
chucker?
booger eating
I've
schmuck?
lost it. I forgot it. Schmuck!
Booger eating-
That was it! I used to love that one too. The green schmuck.
Oi, bay.
Schmuck.
What are you playing, Bambi?
I'm playing. I was playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but now I'm playing Overwatch.
Oh, you play Overwatch? That's what's up.
Yeah.
Haven't played in a while.
This is my most played game. Day one of release.
Is it Texas Chainsaw Massacre actually any good of a game, or is it just for freaking?
Have you ever played Dead by Daylight? It's the exact same.
Oh,
You
gross.
fix generators, you run away, you get grabbed.
Right.
It's
Friday the
it's
13th
literally
or something.
it's Dead by Daylight. You have to fix a generator and escape through a hatch. It's dumb.
Understand.
Yeah. But it's free to play on Xbox, so here we are. But it's so dumb, so it's not crossplay. So like old gen Xbox can't play with new gen Xbox. Although it's not a new gen or old gen exclusive, they still can't play together. It's dumb.
You have the action and you're a gamer girl. Do you need a finger? Do you need a ring on that finger? Or a finger on that ring?
You just asked me if I need a. Excuse you?
Do you need a finger?
Finger on that ring.
Wow.
You're implying that she's missing a finger.
I don't think that's what he was implying, but I'm just going to leave it there.
It sure sounded bad. I think Bambi's lost
Wait.
it. She's out of it.
I'm going. I'm just
Answer
gonna
the
mute for a
question,
second.
Bambi.
She's
What was
focusing.
the question?
You need a finger.
I'm muted.
Finger on the ring
She's Mercy Main right now.
or ring on the finger.
I'm not a mercy man. That's the most offensive thing you can say to me.
Look, just DM her and see where it goes, man. Fucking get out of here.
It ain't gonna go anywhere, believe me.
What are you
I've already
playing?
got
Tank?
QA in my DMs. It's okay.
Don't put
I play
where's-
tank
no,
and DPS, and if I'm healer, it's Anna. Sorry, what were we talking about?
Yeah,
Ooh,
can I
okay.
ask again? Can we get this back to Flat Earth? Where's Tomo with the video?
Little mono.
I was like, I think he's having connection issues.
Probably just doesn't have any answer issues.
Well, he's on the beach. He's probably got bad signal.
Well, yeah, guys, it was nice talking to y'all. I gotta go. See y'all next time.
Adios.
Adios.
Gotchas.
He says 5 minutes, QA.
It's just too bad Lino Tomo, whatever the fuck it. He just like bailed mid conversation.
Yeah, he's obviously having connection issues. He said 5 minutes. Yeah, he put in the text chat 5 minutes. He's obviously having connection issues if he's by the beach.
Okay, so the beach has a bad connection because of satellites, or what?
I don't know, man. Probably there's a lot of people there using phones. You ever tried to use a phone at a concert? You can't do it. You can't log on to anything. Try to make a call, impossible. Try to get onto any sort of social media or anything. You can't do it.
The flooding of the network. It's like your
Yeah.
broadband, your bandwidth is being limited, narrowed.
You just have to change your CDN.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah. Or your
Sounds like an
APN.
issue.
I'm a nerd. Damn, is there any Globers in here other than AJ?
No, we get like one a day if we're lucky. Seriously.
We've had 3 so far. Shut your face. We've had 3.
So it's been a lucky day then. It doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Lou, you're wrong for playing Clash of Titans. That's
Ugh.
simple as that.
We have a Globe Skeptic now.
Just kidding. Globe Skeptic. Come on
I want
down.
to butcher his name. Is it Alaric 87? What are you skeptical about?
I
Come
just
on,
want
don't
to
be shy.
know. I just want to know why there aren't no penguins at the North Pole, but there ain't no freaking polar bears at the South Pole.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Hey, there he is.
Hello.
Greetings, everybody. I'm at work. I was just listening in. Forgive me.
So what are you skeptic
What
about?
you skeptical? Yeah, there you
Skeptic.
Oh, I'm not. Excuse me. I'm not. I think no. I believe there is flat. I thought I was the only Italian on this show. That guy's really from Italy. That's kind of interesting.
Are you also a plumber?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Italian.
No, a plumber.
Oh, a plumber. No, that's my cousin Mario.
That guy posted the video.
Indoor
Can you
or
do that
outdoor?
Can you do that
Oh,
with
you
an
posted
Can you
it.
say that
Hey.
thing about your cousin with an
You put the
Italian accent?
video.
Like, no, that's my cousin. You know, like.
Shut up.
Shut up.
I don't have an accent.
Tomo put the video in the chat. He put the
Oh, he
video of
did?
the curved. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, good. Okay.
Is this a new video? I thought he said he was going to the beach, not on a boat.
Looks
Nah,
level
he
as
said, I
shit
think he
to
said he
me.
had this one.
Oh, I can see the curve now. Yeah, right.
You can?
No.
I'll go back on mute, everybody. Just real quick, QE, I'm a huge fan.
Fair enough.
Look,
You got so many fangirls, QE.
fans tonight, dude. That's fucking incredible.
That is literally
I'm not a fan
as
of
flat as
QE.
it could be.
Okay, back to the video. I'm looking at this thing. This looks flat as shit to me.
Yeah, it's pretty flat actually. It's a nice clear video.
Yes, that.
Thanks for that, Tomo.
This is a panorama from the front of the boat to the back of the boat. See, to get from one place to the other place, that's a circle. You know what I'm saying?
What? No, I can't hear you. Get a new mic.
Is that not just your perspective?
No, it's not the perspective.
Like it's how far you can possibly see.
It's not the perspective. Like you look on one side. Like right now, I'm looking. It's curving, and everybody can see it if you are at the beach. Very easy.
Are you drinking again?
Huh?
I feel like I could slow down this video and like edit a ruler onto it, and it would just keep going along with the ruler.
If you put a ruler, you would see the curve, yes, but there should be a pretty big ruler, yeah. Pretty long ruler.
Linotomo, do you think on Earth, standing on the ground at any place, especially the beach, do you think you would be, according to your model and your experts, do you think that you would be expected to see curvature?
Well, on a sphere, there are like 3 type of curvature, right? On different axes. The curve that I'm seeing is not the one, let's say, it's a curve.
What curve are you seeing?
The one that, let's say, would see an ant on a ball. So it's like the one horizontal. So I agree with you that it is a horizontal, but it's a curve around it. Like if I look,
contradicting yourself.
That's a contradiction, sir. Yeah.
But it is what it is. I swear.
It is what it is. And it is a contradiction.
No, I understand what you're saying, but you understand on a sphere, like if you point a light on a sphere, if you point a light, you'll see a little circle, right?
Let me just to be sure.
Oh shit! That's what we needed. Lou to interrupt.
No, shut up. I was just talking a moment ago and you didn't fucking say that.
I was thinking it.
Yeah, no, instead you actually corroborated it. Listen, so you're saying you can only see Earth curvature in one direction, and that's is that the Z-axis, like in going away from you?
Yeah,
right? So,
yeah.
like,
No, okay, depends. Like the Z-axis is the one that goes in front of you. Then there is the Y-axis, is the vertical. So I don't see curve on the vertical axis. I see it around me. So that would be, I guess, the Z-axis.
why would anybody on a flat Earth or a globe Earth see it on the vertical axis?
No, you can't do that. You have to be like super high. And high.
No, nobody would see that anytime, anywhere, no matter how high they were.
No, the curve around you, you can see it. Like, I swear, like you're like sitting on, let's say you are on a big platform that is 360 degrees around you. And that's one of the curve.
What you're saying is like, you're not going to see it. What is it? The left or right, the horizontal. On the horizontal, is that the Y, I believe? Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the Y-axis, you're not going to see that because what? You have a limited frame of view? Is it what we're
No. The horizontal
actually is X. Is X.
X-axis. The vertical is the Y. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Maybe you should talk some more.
The reality is that you're seeing the horizon at eye level, 360 degrees around you, but you're not seeing the ground gradually slope away from you in every direction, as if you were the apex point of a ball. That's not what you're seeing.
Yes, it is what I see. It's basically the slope in all the directions.
You're seeing the ground sloping, gradually sloping downward from every direction from the point where you're at, the apex point of the ball.
Listen, I'm not going to get the. Listen,
So-
I'm getting old. Listen for a second. I'm getting old really quickly. I don't have time to waste. Now, do you have some evidence for a globetrot or not, Tomo?
For what?
Or
All right,
do you have? Do you have any
Globetrot.
evidence, scientific
Globetrot.
or otherwise, for your globetrot?
He's not
Okay,
gonna get
okay.
you. He's not gonna
Well,
get you if you stay for your globetrot.
I can send you in another 5 minutes, like the picture that I took in San Francisco. And plus, seriously, I have a house that is my balcony is in front of the beach. Like I'm on the beach, basically. So I grow up, and so I'm an expert, right? Expert in sunset and horizon.
That's lovely.
Yes.
How
You're a
many licks?
sunset and horizon expert.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop?
That's a difficult one.
Can you define to us what a horizon is?
Excuse me?
Can you define to us what a horizon is?
What the horizon is the curvature of the Earth.
This guy said he was an expert.
Yeah, that's a very scientific term.
Very
I put it. I'm kidding. Well, anyway, I'm just want to say I like
Can I
you
ask
guys.
can I ask you this? Instead of asking you to define it, would you agree with me if I said that it was where the ground and the sky appear to meet in the distance?
Yes, I agree with you, but I also say that the water part is very real, and if I drop you from an helicopter on the line of the horizon, you'll feel it. So appearing, but then you feel it too. So it's physical.
Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
No, therefore that's physical. So it's not just a mirage.
You're saying you feel that the Earth is a ball?
Well, there are a lot. No, I didn't hear. Sorry.
You said you can feel that the Earth is a ball. How does that work?
Well, because I'm looking at it right now. I see the sun, first of all, that is almost down and is huge, like it was
looking
before.
and feeling
So
is not the same thing.
Huge. It's huge.
Looking and
it's
feeling is
big
not the
as
same
it
thing.
was before, so it's big. It's not getting smaller. Like perspective law is.
Can you explain to me what in your globe model explains how the sun could get bigger as it gets farther away from you?
No, it's not getting farther away.
Yes, it is. If it's
No,
setting, no matter
no.
what, in either model, it's getting farther away from you. Yes.
No.
So what would
no.
what would cause it to appear larger?
No. Well,
Yeah.
Doctor, I heard many.
In your model, listen, stop.
Yeah.
In your model, you are rolling backwards away from the sun.
Yeah, but those are
Therefore,
distance.
it is getting farther from you. Okay.
Yeah,
So
technically yes, but it's such a small thing, like if you like the sun, if you would disappear. Okay, I heard Witset doing an example. No, sorry, I know you don't like Witset. Well, anyway, forget it. It wasn't Witset. It was someone else.
No, I think he's
No, I
lying.
understand.
Surratt. So yeah,
I understand. I don't wanna.
Yeah. So he's lying.
I don't wanna.
So yeah.
Okay, but I wasn't. I actually forget I mentioned. But my point is this one: when you point the example of the flashlight, if they pointed you somebody back until the light disappear, right? Have you heard of that argument?
No, this sounds ridiculous. What?
No, like let's say you are in a garage, right? And somebody is pointing a light at you, and then he backs up, right? The light eventually disappear.
In the garage, you think the light's disappearing?
No, in the garage. To say you are against a wall, right? You are against a wall. There, somebody is pointing a flashlight on you. Okay. Well, look. Now I have to go.
This is not a
because
rebuttal to my question about the sun getting larger as it gets farther away. You tried to tell me it's not getting farther away, but that is true in both your model and any flat Earth idea ever presented. So, in your model, the sun at sunset is also getting farther away from you. Yet you say it looks larger.
no, it doesn't look like.
Now you're going to backtrack because that's what you said twice.
Yeah, no, I say it's huge in the sense that it's not getting smaller. But
why does it look huge?
that's,
Does it look huge compared to midday? Does it look huge compared to sunrise? Does it look huge compared to 5 p.m.?
There are two explanations of this. One is reference. So you don't have point of reference when it's high in the sky. When it's down, you put it near a mountain or something and it looks bigger. The second explanation that can be also the same, it's of course the atmosphere at our level. You get more
Atmosphere,
effects.
that's contradiction in terms.
Yeah, I know I don't want to go there.
Well, you already
right
went
now
there. You're already there.
No, you are definitely there because that's your explanation. Like, we already know the answer. You're just avoiding it. You're tiptoeing around it. So it's refraction that causes, like, it's going through a thicker, more dense layer of what you call atmosphere, of gaseous layer. It's going through more of that and magnifying it. Atmospheric atmospheric magnification might be a term that you would be trying to refer to. It's just the atmos that you're looking through. Now I have to tiptoe around both of you fuckers.
But then, let's be honest. Let's be honest. If the sun was going away, you would see the source, meaning the disk, like.
Are you just putting the A on everything to pretend you're Italian?
Yeah. It's a spicy meatball.
Meatball. I'm Mario. But anyway, so what I'm saying is, if the sun was going away, you would lose first the light that make you see, and then you lose the circle because that's the source. The source is the last one that you see.
So the sun's going over. So the sun goes over a geometric horizon.
Goes over, yes, geometric horizon. Right now, in this moment, unfortunately, there was a little bit of haze. So, unfortunately,
show me that though. Show me the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon.
How can I show it to you?
Well,
I don't have it. Yeah.
You must be able to see it if it blocks the sun. So let's just see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a bunch of images from all over the world of sun that gets cut in half.
Okay.
I never saw once a sun getting small in my life.
Is that just going to be a picture of a horizon that you declare as geometric, or do we have some sort of verification that it's actually geometric?
It's whatever you want it to be.
By the way, have you never seen a video of that? Or just never in your own personal?
No, I saw this video. I saw the video, but that's a haze. I mean, come on, dude. We have to be honest with ourselves.
Those videos, I've got one that I can show you. There's no haze whatsoever. In fact, these things, when they happen, When you do see it, it's in the most arid, dry areas. It's in the deserts and stuff where they do just kind of disappear into the distance.
Okay, send it to me. I saw moon like the moon is even better to look because it doesn't give you glare. And the moon when it comes up, like if you look those it is a thing coming up. It's not coming close. But hey, to each his own. Like I said, now I have to go. I don't know if you can still hear me. Probably not.
I'll just pretend I don't.
No, I can hear him, but I
We
was
can
on
hear
mute
you.
and I was uploading the thing. So he asked
Oh, he left.
he asked to see an example and then had to dip before he could see it.
Peace off, anybody. I like everybody, friendly guy, and I just see it this way. You see it that way. It's a
Little
freak out.
Tomo, little Tomo, but you're saying you have to go, but you did ask to see it, but then you were so quick to say you have to go before you could have it presented to you. I just posted a drone video where at the very last second. So here's one in the desert area where you can clearly see that
I
this
see a
thing
tall
is.
lady. A very tall lady. Why am I
This
seeing?
is a time lapse. This is a time lapse video from a drone. In the very last second after it disappears, he also rises in elevation to bring it back again. But it's very yeah.
Lunatic ladies. Lunatic, bro.
Yes, it's
Like
lunatic, lunatic. Yep, loon, whatever, Lou, however you want to say it. Yeah, this is a phenomenon that does happen in many places around the earth. It just doesn't happen in places that are. It very rarely happens, I should say. It's not that it can't happen, but in places that are typically more humid, places that are close to the ocean, big bodies of water, you know.
You know what? What's up with that sentence fragment? What about humidity? What the hell are you talking about?
No, I had. Yeah, I did end it with a fragment, but no, it's more in more arid desert areas where we tend to see this phenomenon more often.
What phenomenon?
And this idea, or this thing where the sun does. Did you look at the video? Where the sun does disappear and get smaller as it goes away from you.
That's astonishing.
Whereas adverse to what he was saying, where it appeared to get bigger on the horizon and had no explanation to that. He tried to claim that it came from his globe paradigm, but I also called him out on that, and that in both cases, the sun is getting farther away. So if it's growing, that proves nothing for the globe. It only proves what we talk about how most often when we do see the sun setting, it's going through thicker layers of atmosphere and being magnified, essentially lensing. You know, it's being lensed to make it appear larger. Either that, or it has to do with the where they do claim that it's more of like what do they call it? An illusion. where because comparatively to other things, it makes your brain like a brain trick where you think that it looks large.
That sounds like a personal issue.
And no, it's not a personal one. It's one that like literally everybody fucking experiences.
Really?
When you've
Prove it.
got something to compare it, yeah, when you've got something to compare it against, like trees and houses and stuff like that, as it gets low into the horizon, it appears larger than it actually is. Like it's a brain trick. It's an illusion.
That's profound.
But you're acting like this is the first you've ever heard of it.
I'm trying to pretend I never heard it before.
I got
That's what I
the
just
first one
said.
just taken right
Just
now.
repeating
The
my
sunset
words
just
to you.
taken.
Oh God. I'm never gonna get this hour and a half back. That's the damn.
That's fine.
thing
No,
about it.
you volunteered your hour and a half to worthlessness before you ever got here.
Worthless.
I thought bringing you into this conversation, Tomo was going to be beneficial.
Yeah, Limo
But-
Tomo is not going to be beneficial. It's like talking to freaking FTFE or something like that. No, he's one of those hardcore. He's a hardened Glober who's only here just to try to distract from anybody who might be listening into the flat Earth
All right,
and getting anxious.
let's take them out quick then. Tomo, you heard of celestial navigation before?
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You heard of celestial navigation before?
Yeah, but honestly, I don't understand.
Well, you can understand it. You know what a triangle is?
Yeah, no, I heard I heard everything. So I know
I didn't
that,
ask you. I didn't ask you if you heard it before. That's try to focus. Right? You know what a triangle is, correct?
Yes.
What's a triangle?
It's a geometrical figure with three angle.
A little bit more.
Three
All
angle.
right.
Triangle.
All right. What are those? What's the angle sum property of a triangle?
The sum of the three in Euclidean geometry is 180.
Yep. Outstanding. So, what is an elevation angle?
It's the elevation from the GP to, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I honestly I don't understand the.
It's a right angle. It's a right angle triangle. Yes.
Yeah. No, I heard that.
It's a three-sided polygon, three straight lines. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you take an elevation angle, it doesn't have to be in celestial navigation. Any elevation angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
The adjacent side of that triangle has to be flat or level, right?
I disagree, but yes.
No, you can't disagree. This is an agree-disagree thing, right?
All right,
It
then
has
I
to be-
agree.
Yeah, you have to. Well, you're finished. It's over.
I'm
right
an
now.
hostage.
You could have cut him off when he avoided saying that it's when you said tell me more, or whatever that was. It's got three angles that equal 180, but also all three lines. There's three lines that are straight.
Yeah, I said that.
create those angles.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Blue. I said that.
No, you actually you didn't.
Yeah,
you
I
didn't
said
kill
it.
him.
Yeah, I actually did. I said it. Three-sided polygon.
It's a flat on flat violence.
I suppose you did by saying polygon. Yeah.
Yep.
But
All right.
yeah.
So you take an elevation angle, right? That adjacent has to be on a horizontal plane. That's the way it's defined. So where's the horizontal plane on a sphere tart?
You can also do it by.
No, not. You can
Plum.
also do it. I'm not doing anything.
Okay,
I said elevation angle.
Look, I know how you do it.
I
don't-
didn't ask you if you knew. I didn't
Fine,
ask that.
fine.
I
It's
didn't-
it's
I didn't
flat.
ask
It's
you. I'm gonna
flat.
have
I
to
was
mute you, dumbass.
kidding. It's-
Oh, I'm just gonna have to I'm gonna have to mute you. Okay. So I didn't ask all that. All I asked for the definition of an elevation angle. It's very simple. So go ahead and post that in the live stream. Or do you want me to post it? Yeah. Yeah, I'll post it. And then we'll go over it. All right. Tomo, you with us?
Yes, you have the mute button, so you're
Yes,
the
I
boss.
do. Yeah, so I can
You're so
check you up.
powerful. You're powerful, man.
Yes, I am.
That's funny though.
So, elevation angle. Do you realize that a sextant that you take elevation angles with it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So
you look at the star
yeah,
and see.
it's a close-ended question. I even said yes or no. So you said yes. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay.
So
good. What did you win?
All
A
right.
little bag?
Oh, Jesus. I'm going to have to mute you again. Okay. So sextant takes elevation angle. So what is an elevation angle? From radartutorial.eu. An elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Now, if you need a second one, I've got about 50 of them, but I figured 2 would just do. From GCSE, angles of elevation. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the, you see this, horizontal plane. See, they echo each other from above. The elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane. This one says between the horizontal plane. Yeah, you notice that? I asked you this before. Where is the horizontal plane on your spheroid?
It's wherever you want it to be, according to.
That's not the right answer. There are no horizontal planes on a spheroid. Therefore, the Earth isn't a spheroid. You get that?
Your argument are incredibly convincing. Now I am on a flat Earth.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
You too. Bye bye.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it, and nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, "Damn, this dude's mic is terrible," and then they hear me screaming. But I did some work here. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie? Right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So he grew up in the church. He worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not changing. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually listening. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he says. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, well, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore the spiritual side if you desire. But academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check, university libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. libraries would be imperiled, the entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy
Ms. Downs,
information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
correct.
Okay.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world, you know, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe, do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
No. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up, he knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happens.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So, you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and then we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming Goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna, now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you, for 100%, guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
just assume.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like, I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any sign. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh.
Also, like, whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain
that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Holy fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose. Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah. To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. No. We don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you!
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on
right now? Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi, how sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
Of this size, the International Space Station will be orbiting about 1/2 inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could
You get
religions
me?
be theories? Right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay. How big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to
Okay.
do any science to get
You need
that
to
answer?
need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think
You
so.
can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not.
It can
Measurement
be
is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed?
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So
yes.
What in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
it? Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary, so you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying
according to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
reading up
actually.
on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager
Which isn't a manned which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at
was-
the pale blue dot. What does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? You know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake.
Let's
But either way,
on that
You
point.
like a flat,
either way,
I'll try
man,
and show you.
looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I
What-
don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So
I was
what
gonna say
here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball
Well,
that's spinning?
nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can.
How far away do
see
you
them a lot
you'd be
further.
able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About
According to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right? Forever.
what?
if I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
It's different
right?
perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but-
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
Okay, fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
ceiling
that's the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just
So
jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a
I'm
visual
not
here that
smart.
visual
Yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long.
Uh,
I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
yes, because
have
that's
you
how
ever been in a hallway
things
where
work.
you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, that's the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. Well,
right. Ship. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway, the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground. Hold on. Stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like like a plane. Like I don't know if like so every part. So right. So every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, like I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon. But I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the
1.5
boat?
feet. About 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head, and no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what
be
the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would
Yeah,
be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now,
Is there anyone in the house? Anyone in the house? Hello, hello. And the airwaves are broadcasting 24/7 radio. Anyone? I can hear somebody rustling.
Hello there.
What's happening?
You alright, mate? In the bed? You alright?
Yeah, I suppose, bro. It's fucking been up all fucking night, man. But yeah, I suppose I'm alright. Yeah. Bit of problems with my esophagus, man. I'm fucking having a little bit of issues. But yeah, man. Fuck. Hey, you know we're over in the politics server, bro. That's why
No, I
everybody's. You don't know? I'll give you the link for it, man. I got a room over there maybe just over 2 years ago, and we lost it because people were not going over there quite as often. So I decided, I've been over there quite a lot, battling the Globers, jumping in the VCs and fucking everything up, and just dropping the flat Earth bomb, and everybody starts going mental. So me and Heretic, we started going over there. So while we were over there for a few days, I checked that they've got a bot, and you can literally make your own room, bro. You literally just fucking press the button. It opens up a VC. You can name it, set the perms. You've got mute permissions. So I called it 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and I got Heretic to come over. Me and him just fucking sat there. All the Globers were going crazy. It was fucking really busy. The VC was lit constantly. So after like, I don't know, 4 days or 5 days or something, the politics admins gave us the room permanently, man. So that's where everybody's been. I'll give you the link, man.
Yeah, nice one. It seems quiet in here at times.
There you go, I've got it. 1 sec. I'll post it in the live stream voice text for you, brother.
Oh, lovely.
Feel it.
The red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see
What's the guy putting the ball
air
on, man?
and
You're
the
trying
blue
to talk.
floor. And you can't even
Who's
tell the purple
fucking
anymore.
typing?
Now,
That makes sense.
Who put the ball on, man? Well, you better listen to that, man. On you go, fuck this.
his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks one. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks two. The purple intensifies. He stacks three. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks four. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective. is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. This is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
Yeah, it says
well
like-
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample that negates the proposition, then the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curve water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
And that's going to give you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
416 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very
You know what I mean?
significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
that's
too bad,
like,
because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor. Right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah,
That's that is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
That
behold,
would be a slip.
lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The Miller-Rad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And there's supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
All right, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like? So now you're gonna have a really good answer. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You'd lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Drace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I
Definitely.
just say this though, real quick? Like, have you not been? Have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. It's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
Like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
speed.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
you
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But
Okay?
why would she lie? There's no way she.
And
could
you may
possibly
die.
lie.
You may
I could've
die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's
No.
using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones
Right,
off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk. Let me
Right.
hear.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can
headphones.
solve. You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown
Yeah.
a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's
Perfectly
false.
logical.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. And another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
So, I'm going to do a super fast presentation on how curve calculators work. So, to start off, this is not how they work. There is not a curve path. They're not calculating this curve path of light around the globe. No, they're not. What they're doing is they're expanding this globe, flattening it, and then calculating as if there's straight rays of light. And I'm going to demonstrate this real easy. So I'm going to use this example, the example of the world long distance photograph. It is 443 kilometers from Peak Fenestrel to Peak Gaspard. Viewer height is 2,880 meters. If you notice here, this says effective radius. What does this mean? This effective radius means they multiply this value, so-called actual radius, begging the question, radius, because this is the thing they're trying to prove. They assume what they're trying to prove and say that's proven. Anyhow, they take this actual radius, multiply it by 76R, made up value, literally made up. in the literature, the value is actually, this is 0.6, turn it to decimal. The actual value quoted in the literature is 0.13. This is even wrong, and even the 0.13 is wrong. That's for another video. So multiply this 6371 times 76. This value 7,432. What Nick West used, exact number. So I made it. Construction. Bear this out. That they are simply blowing it up and using straight rays. Okay. Here we have this enlarged radius Earth. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare, use the identical numbers as this. I'm going to use straight rays. Then I'm going to compare these values, this hidden, in this horizon. I mean, if I wanted, I could also do these, but no point, because it would just come up redundant. So 2.88 here, 2.880. Distance 443 kilometers. 443 kilometers. All right. Do is find where the horizon is. Horizon is going to be this point of intersection of this tangent line. And then this line continues on, and then once it reaches the distance, this 443 distance, it measures where this tangent line intersects the 443 line, measures this distance. So we're going to start with the horizon. So this is my tangent line. Here, there's a point of intersection 206. Up the number 206. Right. Right, so far it's straight. Using a straight line. Over here, still a straight line. C and B is a distance from C to B. 3.7. Look at the curve calculator. Wow, 3.7. Just so everybody knows, the way the curve calculator works is to take their so-called radius, flatten the Earth, to get whatever value they want. See something that's way over here? They'll just say there's super refraction and the Earth is even flatter. They will just increase the sphere and make what is called a post-prediction. They're not making predictions, they're making post-predictions.
And it's really cool. One thing that he found in here, which is an absolute burn on the Himwari, you know, people try to use the Himwari as, oh, well, that's our evidence. You know, we've got these live feeds all the time. And one thing that he found right in here was the site description text. And this is great. So it says, all images in the GOES archive are processed in the McIDIS using GOES Channel 1, visible, and GOES Channel 4 infrared data. The underlying colored land image is from the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation dataset. Now, he also has, this is the same for both Himwari and GOES. They're admitting straight up that these images that they're putting out here and people are claiming as live are composites. I mean, here it is, right in their own FTP site. So again, Jaron, that was a great find that you found on this, and Archer Sage just took it further. He did several videos on this, so if you haven't seen it, guys, yet, check out Archer Sage's channel and check this out. So were you aware of this, Jaron? Had you seen this yet?
Yeah, awesome job. That's why I put stuff like that out. And Bob, can you share the your screen again? I'm not seeing
my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Right. I forgot to share. I'm sorry. Bad. Whoopsie.
You're fired.
I'm fired. I'm sitting here pushing the wrong button.
I'm just going to suspend it for 6 days. We'll see you next Sunday.
All right, so there, you guys should have it now. Are you seeing me now?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. All right, so sorry about that. All right, so yeah, Archer said.
Can you tell us, you know, what is the curvature, you know, that sea level, 8 inch per mile square, you know, that stuff, you know, because Now 10 miles is flat, but it should occur something like 66 foot of drop with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's Ireland. All around, it's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that because people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
No, water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, and
forces.
Oh, not just gravity.
Oh, not just gravity, kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such, where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can
okay,
prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the length of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
The gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know. Gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yes.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is
Something seen.
You know
Something
what? No, I'm
seen.
gonna go for the Google definition because now you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient. We'll be patient.
Sorry, Heretic. Sorry,
Okay,
Heretic.
guys. So apparent, clearly visible or understood to be
Dummy.
obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
Wait,
so.
quick question: Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual.
No,
It's not
like
real, right?
okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So
Sorry.
appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see the consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
I'm just
That's
saying.
the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve?
No.
No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time.
You
Really
don't have
listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah.
How do you
know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No,
He
I'm
didn't
asking
ask
you
to ask
guys.
him a question. Like, he asked you
no.
the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
Hey,
imagine.
a follow-up question: is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with. So you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind. But, anyway.
I get that. But the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call. 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me
I know
with
it's
that
not very nice. But that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then. Maybe
No, I shouldn't go. I'm
Speaking about your disabilities,
I'm still very
you can have your
intelligent. I
disabilities,
just I am
that's fine.
mentally disabled.
I'm not
and he is
saying
being
anything
very
about
mean
that.
to me.
I clearly specified.
No,
why-
you're a bully.
I clearly specified
you bully disabled people.
why
Anyway,
I call you a
the
sophist.
subject is
And
done.
I clearly
You're a bully.
specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
That's
but
just
this
what
has
I
been
call
historically.
sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people on earth. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
Victim.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly,
and,
the smart people who
sociopaths
have
and
the intelligence
psychopaths.
to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't what
I've seen
stupid people do
plenty
'cause
of
they
dumb
understand.
sophists, my friend. It has not. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
Just
but
like
it
you
is
have
correlated
proven here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim. No, I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
Oh no, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like, it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop
I'm
complaining about
attractive
shit.
and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on
I'm not
subject.
trying to
shall
be a
we?
victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, "Oh, being a victim."
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you were talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women could be
but it's
great
not really
if you
the
meet good
topic.
women and you speak to them
It's
nicely.
just a
like,
sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you
Anyway, moving on,
pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If any.
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on. Yeah.
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking at
on just the
looking
surface
for
of
the
the Earth.
curve.
There is
You're not
the
looking
things
for the
above
moon.
the surface of the
It's
Earth.
a non sequitur.
Surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys try to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into like a constant circle about, can you find the curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find the direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your list.
Correctly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air. You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do you need to go to see the curvature, April?
Like many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends.
You are saying now.
Sasha. It depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends. It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely. There are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people saying about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, it wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google, with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google is saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
You believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
How people...
That's a false equivalence.
How people in
Switzerland... theory is not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. Equal sea level, sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland.
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't.
And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
How you? What is that in UK? That hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland. Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
What? All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill...
Wait a second. It's latitudes?
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, you know, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, you know. And I'm 200 meters above the sea level also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meters in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, you know, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking, Yo-Yo Smasher, that's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world? Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on the
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Okay. Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I don't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to present
I'm just gonna
something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being
yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving, and gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't a sphere, so your question
Okay, so what is it?
invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
That's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is.
So how big is it? How big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius
value? Has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe
use it as a premise in your
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great. But enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic. Whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, bearing in mind the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly.
You don't want it?
1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it will.
1 foot observer
Are you
height.
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What are you on about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
yeah, I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyway, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My airtime?
You have the airtime for it. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical...
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know? How can you know?
Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them in like a laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking patterns of the stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved. And we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed we should. It's not that big. It's not too big.
Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it. Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature can be shown to exist but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach? Right.
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it, the main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this, yes?
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why you can't
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you
It is
cannot
irrelevant.
see-
It's a false
you cannot see
equivalency.
directly.
Okay, gotta mute you again. It
Yeah,
is
this is-
irrelevant
this is a
because
false
it's a false
equivalence.
equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it, doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a picture. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No, 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 no.
It's time! The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So, how else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
Well, you can't.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Not the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait! There's more!
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just
is
said watching
under the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science. Bro, you're
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
no. Oh, so context.
Because, well, no,
science.
because they're
So if
watching
I-
this
if
shit
I
to
watch
understand how it works,
47,000
why
hours,
it works,
if I
when
watch
it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no,
why
because
it
the porno
works,
is not
where it
important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay, I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're gonna be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. Why do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would say,
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge, as your baseline knowledge, as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love you.
Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else of you.
Later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're gonna keep
away
talking
from each
over
other?
me, I'm not gonna.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, good. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry? As soon as you start talking about...
What, you going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Friend, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar. You said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
Then you're 100% sure that's what it is.
I trust the experts. I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with
Doesn't
your
mean
whole
they don't
globe
move
proof?
over it.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up!
Well, you have to see that the Earth is like, sorry, like this is like not proof, but like it has like gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down, so the laser still hits the target even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap! Can you show me that curvature?
Yes, if you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth. Like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out? So I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not really because of how gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So we can't measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to. Look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What does the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why would you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
What you
Have
don't
any of
see
you
it
guys
as flat
built
or
anything
curved.
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So
you
when I
don't
look at
see
a piece
the
of timber,
horizon as
I can look at
flat
that piece
or
of timber and
curved,
go,
you're
that looks
saying.
kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do
Right,
is I
so
assume neither.
but you just
I
said
assume
you
that the
don't
timber
see it-
might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see
What
it
does
as
that
something
mean?
that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or
In the
curved?
same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped.
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not
it doesn't
understand
look
this?
curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
a false
If you were to
dichotomy,
draw-
but
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
that is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the
things
third option?
when there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight
You can't determine what?
whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
People don't believe your senses. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
Great, sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well, it's...
Why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, we gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need
Is a
to
calculation-
verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line. at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. And you realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet. Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I say like 99% sure.
Damn, 90%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay.
6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me, because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle
in
of relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles
from
what?
Concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in college.
An angle from? What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give it a flat
baseline of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give me...
so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment with that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Bruh. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence, and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic model is.
Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by deterministic.
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from there to
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yes.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
You never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
that about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand
we're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
Just
What
because
the
you don't
fuck?
understand
The black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about reflection?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q. But if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, there's definitely something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim. What does it
You're
mean?
just going to make up. You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So what is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry.
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So then, what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it. You're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. You're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved? Is what
He's googling it. Man.
Well, I mean, no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is we can observe from two different. But
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Going back to the experiment here, there are 2 different like shadows taken at different latitudes, and the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they? And what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
Searching.
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles, are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the art of being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Which fallacy? Come on, Orion. It's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch!
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. but you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch!
How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere? You already asked me that question. Yeah, I keep asking it to Baltards because I'm here to make a point. Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay. No, you can't. Go ahead, just as you could find. Just as you could find a flat surface. No, you can't. I don't on give a basketball. No, that so
would
you can be more find than 180 degree. Go. I want. That's 360 degrees. Yeah. I want you to use 360 degree right triangle. You
Did you
kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah. So like, if you measure a small enough, if you measure a small enough portion, if you small then so. As I was saying,
there is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is
flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck. Just as you could find a flat surface. No, you can't. I don't on a basketball.
What?
Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously, from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like, of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours, it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
Is flat curved? Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
Back up.
50 feet. Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air? If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation
angles.
Elevation. Ooh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is 3 straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? 3 straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines.
Straight lines.
Straight. Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have 3 straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Curved anyway.
You didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why.
Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit. Do you think doesn't mean it's just?
Hold on,
Ryan agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon, and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize them.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office. And then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
The Antarctic terrorist Jarl Andøy. Tromsø, Oslo, Norway. The Dagbladet. Polar explorer and television celebrity Jarl Andøy, 38, sits in the dock, the Nord-Troms district court, accused of having carried out his third voyage south of the 60th parallel in Antarctica without permission from the Norwegian authorities. He is also accused of having sailed without insurance, so the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty requires. The expedition took place a year ago, where, among others, comedian Anne Cat Herland, 43, and rock guitarist Peter Barley, 50, was on the journey. The voyage constitutes television program Berserk in Pioneer Waters, which premieres on TV Norge tonight. There's an advanced sentence. Andøy believes the charges against him are baseless. He points out that the sailboat is registered in Russia and claims to have acquired permission from the Argentine authorities before the expedition started. He never sought permission in Norway because he believes an application by him will never be merited by the Norwegian authorities. He felt prejudged by the Polar Institute of Foreign Affairs. Ever since 2011, I have been treated as terrorist in Antarctica by the Foreign Ministry and the Norwegian Polar Institute. They've stolen equipment, withheld information, and tried to stop my expeditions, says Andøy. He believes everything started 5 years ago when he went on an expedition aboard Antarctic yacht Berserk with a crew of 4. The aim was to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Roald Amundsen's trip to the South Pole. The expedition ended dramatically when the sailboat disappeared during a storm in the Ross Sea. Andøy was even on land along with 18-year-old Samuel Massey at the time. Comrades Robert PCP, who is 34, Tom Gizel Bellica, 36, and South African Leonard J. Banks, 32, were never found. Andøy was fined 25,000 kroners after the expedition. He endorsed this writ. In 2012, he returned to Antarctica to find out what had happened to his friends. Again, Andøy was fined for having traveled to Antarctica without licenses and insurance. Foreign Affairs and the Norwegian Polar Institute have opposed and tried to stop me. They still do. The entire input on this matter was that I had permission to sail, something I had said, Andøy said, adding, "It will be exciting to see where they are now. This is a tragedy for me and other relatives who have lost shipmates and sons in Antarctica. The essential question is if there was an accident that was just swept under the carpet." Foreign Ministry rejects accusations of the Arctic explorer. Andøy's claims fall on absurdity. Beyond this, we do not want from the ministry's side to comment on an ongoing trial, says Pressevakt at UD Astrid Sale to Dagbladet, the newspaper. The head of section at the Norwegian Polar Institute, Birgit Njastad, testified in a criminal case against Andøy. She told Dagbladet that she did not want to comment beyond what was said in court. The documents showing Andøy alleged authorization of Argentine authorities for permission to conduct the voyage was sent over to the prosecutor late Tuesday night. The papers were written in Spanish. They were assessed whether grounds for the examination. The reason is Andøy complained that the dismissal was a violation of protection zone determination, believed they died unnecessarily, and would like to shed further light on the circumstances of the accident. He believes, therefore, that these matters have not been resolved, and he believes that all parties will benefit from what exists, says the lawyer Nora Vardahl to Dagbladet. 3 crew members, Robert and 32, Tom, 34, and Leonard, 36, Antarctica on the Bezelschmitter and Horseshoe Bay, McMurdo Sound, before the Berserker disappeared. Andøy got a text from the crew that read, "Everything is good, atmosphere is good in Horseshoe Bay. Contact us." Expedition participant Manuel Hernandez has gone through these documents today. Prosecutors reject Andøy's written permission. It is not issued by authorities who handle Antarctica regulations, say prosecutors Trude Kvanli in this procedure, risking jail time. Ann Kat Hierland was summoned as a witness in Nordstrom's district court Wednesday. I know that it was working to try to get a permit. I know that there was no Norwegian license, but I also know that Jarl would not have received any permit in Norway if he asked for it, says Hierland. The prosecutor asked today about the 30-day suspended sentence and fined 45,000 kroners for Jarl Andahoy. I do not wonder if I will be convicted. I am going to appeal all the way. I do not give up, says Andahoy. The verdict will be pronounced in about a week. So they're calling him a terrorist for going to the Antarctic. Jarl Andahoy was eventually acquitted. I think that this is only the correct one. I guess he's saying this is the only correct decision, or he agrees with it. Unusual attorney Lars' assessment of the events is not a police matter, says the ASBN or ABSN. The director of the shipping department confirms it received a case. It's unusual that police would be sending a case like this to us, also a special case. We previously decided to investigate this. Now we'll reconsider this information for us to choose. These accidents basically happen and we perform an investigation. We prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly the HGV. We do not prioritize accidents of pleasure craft in the same way. Inset. The day before the Berserk disappeared, Andahoy got a text message from the crew which read, "There is a good atmosphere and all is well. We leave Horseshoe Bay. Contact us when you can. Want answers." Jarl Andahoy wants to know what exactly happened before the Berserk wrecked. Unanswered questions. It has emerged as a mystery for Andahoy. Now Andahoy wants answers. Troms and Finnmark, the public prosecutor, has forwarded the case to the Accident Investigation Board with instructions to assess whether there are grounds for further examinations. The reason that as Andahoy complained that a dismissal of violation of protection zone determination occurred when the Berserk went to Horseshoe Bay. Andahoy believes action was solely due to necessity. Its purpose of the complaint was to shed light on the circumstances prior to the accident. There are things in here in this matter that are still not resolved, and documentation that we still have not obtained, but that exists. All parties will benefit from that there are no secret issues prior to the event, says Andahoy's lawyer, or Nils Jorgen Vardal, told Dagbladet. Attorney Lars Faust's assessment meant that further investigation of the events is not a police matter, and that the cause, therefore, was sent to AIDN. Director Morten Kven in AIBN Shipping Department confirms that it has received the case. It is a bit unusual that the police have sending a case like this to us. It is also a special case. We have previously taken a decision not to investigate. We shall now consider this again, but there must be new information for us to choose to do it, says Kveim. Accidents of this type are basically not a priority of the Accident Investigation Board, the AIB. That we should prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly HGV. We tend not to prioritize accidents with pleasure craft, says Kveim, which states that a full decision will be published in the next few weeks. On January 19th, it is planned to have a premiere of TV Norg's Berserk series. It was today the press viewing where the media got to see episode 1, half the episode 8 and episode 9. The last episode is an epilogue, and more documentary than the rest of the series. Here we see how the one before the crew parted in Antarctica took place, and it repeated calls about the risks of the mission. Several of the families wanted to stop the series. Today wrote VG that the mother of Tom Gizzle Bellica and parents of Charles Banks has chosen to summon TV Norge for the series. A temporary injunction was filed yesterday to stop the series, but hopefully their stance may be changed under certain conditions. There is the documentation for this. We believe, however, that we are on safe legal ground, says TV Norge boss Harold Strom Dagbladet.
Discord.gg/flatearth.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, Adam was speaking, so you have to wait.
I'm sorry. I looked it up.
Actually, I don't mind if you'd like to continue the conversation with Brandon. If he's...
Brandon, what did you say?
The device is called Discord. No joke. I looked it up.
Brandon, post it in the live stream voice text.
I can't post pictures. I'm not on my. Yeah, I don't have the permission. Let's see. I don't know why, but I just don't have the permission to. Wait.
Right. Hang on. I'm going to give you that permission. 1 second. Wait, just a moment.
Okay, I got the plus on there, so let's see.
All right, I gave you the permission. I'm actually going to give you the Globe Earth roll back again. I don't know why it's not on you right
now. Let's see.
Go ahead and put it in live stream voice text.
I gotta look it up again.
Shout out to Shekel. What's up, Shekel? Just see you in the chat, bro. Hey, we sent there was a guy named Ray 2 that came into our chat yesterday. We sent him your way over there to the Muslim server, bro. Jedi, are you there?
Yes, brother, I'm here. What's up?
I don't know if you heard, but Brandon's going to produce a device that can measure curvature. He said it's one that can measure football fields, so he's going to drop it in live in just a moment.
How much curvature is he expecting on a fucking football field like?
Well, I mean, this is writing. Spake, this is writing off the back that the conversation we had previous. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's a picture of it. The second one, the one with the wheel.
One with the what?
Brandon, I'm face palming so hard right now at your evidence.
Oh, that's a fucking meter stick thing, man. What the fuck?
That measures land, though.
Well, that's what fucking that's what people use if they're fucking measuring a back garden or some shit, man. It's not gonna measure.
That's what we were talking about.
I mean, it's not going to measure like width for that. It's not going to measure convexity levels, brother.
We weren't talking about that, though. We were talking about distances.
No, we were not measuring distances. We're not talking about measuring. I told you we're measuring the curvature of the Earth, and you're like, "Yeah, I know a device that measures football fields." I'm like, "How's that?"
Well, that wasn't on circular, but you know.
You can measure like the width or length of a football field, but you're not going to be able to measure how much curve there is over a distance, bruv. Come on, man. You gotta grip yourself.
Yeah, that's not where I went. That's okay.
Why would you bring it into the conversation?
For that pool, but I mean, my mind went somewhere else.
Brandon, you went somewhere else because listen, man. We were talking about measuring the guy was.
I get distracted a lot. That's why.
That's not that.
I distract myself.
Did you even, Brandon? Did you even Google? Like, what's that say? The device used to measure the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you typed into Google and that's what you came up with?
Probably.
Well, I was.
What's the rest of that Google search?
That's what I was saying. That's what I was going for. But the last time it was football field, it's not full for sure.
No.
I don't know.
Max was here for the whole conversation. So even if you're distracted, everybody in here heard what.
Yeah, I don't know if I said measures curvature. Then.
All right. Admit that. See, why is it so hard to admit that when at first that's the only thing I want you to say?
The football field was off, and that was my fault.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? Hello everybody, P-Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I'd been discussing on a couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon, and I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. First of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use, and that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good, you know. At first, I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second, you know, makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. It's so I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account, and that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration, it's not a cartoon, it's a photo. It's reality, okay? This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, you know, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. See, look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring them to this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is a reality. That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice what this line of converging parallel lines or planes. Notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective, yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this, these spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it or something. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper use, and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees. The sun following the convergence lines and coming down, and these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the time stamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey. It's traveling, and it goes below the horizon visually, and keeps going below the horizon from the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles, showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will in fact set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer. All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another exciting episode of the True Earth Debates. We are super excited to be joined by two wonderful guests. We have Dave Weiss from deep inside the rabbit hole, as well as Mr. Joel. We appreciate your guys' time. Let me go ahead and bring you into the show and get things rocking and rolling. Thank you all for joining us over on the YouTube and the Rockfin. We have quite a few legends over there as well. Can't shout you out, until you chat it up, but not everybody's comments makes it up, as you know, for those who have been here. For those who are new, that's just how it goes. So click the link in the description if you'd like to support not only myself, but tons of other content creators as well. So only one way to know, and that is to go. So let's go ahead, pull you guys in for just a second. Awesome. Welcome to the show, Dave. Thank you for joining us.
What's going on? This is going to be fun. And Joel, thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
For those of you that are like, this guy looks familiar, let me just give you a quick rundown. Sean Hibbler and I had Joel on about, was it a year ago or how long ago?
Yeah, almost a year ago.
So a year ago. And first I want to apologize, Joel, for any comments in the chat that are mean. It's just, we have a lot of passionate flat earthers.
Yeah, I know. I respect it.
And the way that we see your beliefs, people get fired up. So everybody, Joel is not a shill. He's not a troll. He believes what he's saying. And he's, we see the world completely different, but he's a good guy. And we're going to try to share some information and see who learns something tonight. Maybe it's us, maybe it's him, maybe we both learn something.
Hopefully it's both. Yeah.
Yes. So I have a couple quick rules, and you're already off to a good start. You need to smile at least 3 times, and you need to crack at least 3 jokes. We're talking 2 or 3.
I'm sure we'll surpass both of those. It'll be fine.
All right, good, because you were very, very serious last time. Very serious.
Yeah, it was the first time. So.
All right, good. I'm happy to hear it. So, all
right.
Skylar, anything you want to start with to say, or we'll let Joel kick it off? And also, last time I did listen to our interview, and I had warned you that we were going to interrupt you a lot and talk a lot, and we sure did. We're going to try to not interrupt you too much today.
Likewise.
All right.
So you're Skylar? Sorry, Yeah, it's all good. Joel, we just met, so it's nice to meet you. Thank you for giving your time and attention to this very important matter. I feel like the True Earth Debate is probably one of the most, it's starting to be the shoe on the other foot, right? But it was for a long time one of the most underrated but controversial conspiracies out there. So controversial that even the YouTube heads got pulled into Congress and said, well, what are you going to do about the conspiracy videos, the flat earth videos, and so on and so forth? And so now we have seen the results of that with a completely stacked deck as far as the search algorithms go. But neither here nor there. It's nice to meet you. I run the True Earth Debates. I'm also on Dave's team here. I believe we're on a stationary plane with topography over top. We actually build all of our useful data about the Earth off of a flat plane. We have the sea level. We have sonar mapping the oceans as flat. We have, as well as radar waves going over 10,000 miles. Lots of other evidences that seem to indicate that, there's no curvature in sight. So I'd like to go ahead and pass the floor over to you. What do you think is the biggest reason why you believe that you're on a spinning space rock?
The biggest reason?
Oh, hold on. Dave is muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, hold on.
I do that once every show. Just Joel, we asked Joel to do them. Last time he said, I'm going to go do the math and I'm going to come back. And he came back and said, hey, I want to talk about these 3 things. And I agreed that we're going to talk about those, but then we're also going to talk about others. So, Joel, you can answer that question right now if you want, or you can start wherever you want. I want to make this I want you to lead the conversation.
Well, in good faith of, I guess, following on from our last discussion, and this is sort of like a sequel, if you will. Like you said in the last interview, you guys hit on the inverse square law a lot, because I was bringing up math a lot, and you were like, well, if you like math so much, it doesn't really work out with, us being able to see Polaris. It's way too far, 433 light years. So I was like, okay, I wrote that down. I said, I'll do the math, and I did the math, and I wanted to share it with you guys, if that's fine.
Sure.
I wrote up the little paper here. It's only 4 pages. It's not crazy. It won't be.
4 pages.
Yeah. No. Well, it's because it's a lot of diagrams. So like visuals.
I got it, but I have a question for you. How do we know that Polaris is 433 light years away? And I believe mainstream science is trying to decide if they need to subtract 100 light years from that number. So to me, in my world, the way I see it, it's a made up number.
Well, that's going to be off like spectroscopy and things like that, and chemical makeup and maturity of the star and things like that. So we can measure the type of light that's emanating off of it, and then we can basically figure out how far it is from that. That's one of the ways anyway. But right now we're kind of just giving the 433 light years somewhere in there as a given. So if it's all right if I went through this with you guys, it's not crazy or anything. The craziest part about this is unit conversions. That's it. Like converting light years to meters and things like that. So
I'm going to do my absolute best to not get mentally fatigued.
Okay, I'll try and go quickly. It shouldn't go too much longer than the intro.
Touche. There you go. It's one. You're good.
Alrighty. Can we see this? Is this seen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I wrote this. So I'll just sort of paraphrase through it. The question is, with the inverse square law, how are we able to see the North Star? Okay, Polaris. So the way that we kind of understand it, we have a point source of light like a star, and you can imagine that light emanating off of it, in sort of circles, like spheres coming off of it. So we're interested in the intensity of light at any distance from the center. And so we would have to know the surface area, the area of these spheres, of any one of these spheres, like however distance you want to know, which is going to be given by the radius. So in this case, the center's there, the radius is the distance, and the surface area is the area around the sphere. So this is basic formula, like first grade math kind of stuff. So the inverse square law is basically this.
I think first grade is a bit. I definitely didn't learn this in first grade. I'll just say that.
Well, I just meant like formulas for like basic formulas, like volume, area, perimeter, surface area is one of those, is what I meant. So 4 pi r squared. And so, all right, so this is kind of what's happening. So imagine these are the different spheres here, right? And so, like you were saying, Dave, the further away you get, so at 1 distance away, you have a certain intensity. Then you go 2 times as far away, you have a quarter of the intensity. And then 3 times as far away, you have a ninth, and so on and so forth. It's kind of, it's just a simple. And then this graph here kind of displays that relationship. You've got distance on this x-axis here, and then the intensity here. So you can see 2 times as far away, a quarter, 3 times, 4 times, and so on and so forth. So it gets dimmer, obviously, the further away that you get away. The big important part here to realize is that the further away you get, the less difference there is in brightness. So yes, it gets dimmer, but the amount that it gets dimmer is a lot less the further away you get. So the example I gave here, say you're like 10 times as far away, you'd see 100th of the brightness, or 0.01. Whereas if you're only 9 times as far away, you'd see 1/81st, or like 0.0123, which is only a difference of 0.0023. It's not that much of a difference if you're 9 times as far away or 10 times as far away. And the further away you get, again, like the less difference there's going to be between those brightnesses. Okay, so that's the big point here.
At what distance do we start to really notice that relationship?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that the more distance there is, the less you're going to notice that relationship. So, David, you're muted again. Sorry.
Thank you. That's 2. I'll do it one more time. So you're saying that something is a ridiculous distance, like 100 light years. Long before you get to that 100 light years, you're saying that the difference between like 20 light years and 50 light years isn't very much. It isn't as big of a difference as the first few steps. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay,
that's correct.
So something's 100 light years away. then can you see it at 200 light years? Or it remains the same intensity at 200 and 300 and 400 light years? It goes to a point where it stops getting less. Is that what you're saying?
Sort of, yeah. So well, there's not going to be a point where it stops getting less, but because eventually, you know, obviously it's going to be past what you can see. It'll be too dim. So, but there's also nothing obstructing the light from getting to our eyes. Like, for example, in some of the stars in the core of the Milky Way here. Oh, it's this way. So a lot of these stars here, you know, they kind of just look like a haze at this point, because they're really far. You can't see individual stars with your eyes, but you just sort of see this haze. So the light's still getting there, but you can't make out the stars themselves, the pinpricks, if you will.
Well, the only problem with that, just to interject for a moment, is that normally when you have something that's too far away to see that it's like pinpoint, right? When you zoom in on it, you're not going to be able to make it bigger, right? At least not with not unless you have an intense, like a ridiculously intense amount of zoom, right? Most of the time, you would agree that you're not with like a camera, right? You're not going to be able to zoom in on something that's, you know, 400 light years away. You know, if we're seeing a pinpoint source, right? Would you agree with that? That we're not going to be able to zoom in on that with a P900?
To a degree, yeah. Essentially, you can't just get a whole bunch of detail out of something unless you're closer to it, you know. So if you're really far away from something, you can only zoom in so much. So yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it's actually it's not just that, but it's also the actual size of the thing that you're talking about. So there's a point where you're pretty much only seeing a point source of light, and then there's almost no difference between 200 and 400 light years. It's basically the claim that you just made in the simplest terms, right? So if that's the case, then when you have a star that's 400 light years away and you're seeing the pinpoint source, zooming in on it a little bit is not going to it's not going to bring that size back in, right? It's not going to get larger by zooming in on something that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's relatively accurate. Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is that we have tons of videos of people zooming in on stars, and they get bigger every time. So, and that's what P900.
That's a slightly separate subject. Let's go ahead and just finish this off, because the second part of this, I explained the concept, and now I plug the numbers in. Is essentially what's happening here. And then once we get through this, then we can have the discussion. All right. So I said let's try. You know, let's plug everything in. So there's a couple terms here. So what we are looking at here, when we're looking at like the area, you know, this is like square meters, right? You have a meter here and a meter here, so it's square meters. That's actually going to be called the flux. So that's the astronomy term for it. And then luminosity is whatever the star's wattage is, output. So it's the same thing. The inverse square law is the same thing. We have luminosity here, and we're trying to get the flux. That's basically like if Earth was right here, you want to know how much light is sort of like at this sphere, you know, at that distance away from the star. So that's the flux. So all we need to find is how bright the star is and how far away it is. So its estimated Polaris is 25,000 times brighter and 50 times larger than our sun. All right, these are estimates, but we know the luminosity of the sun is this. So I called it L Sol. So all you have to do is times that by 2,500, because it's 2,500 brighter. So we multiply that out, we get our luminosity. So this is the supposed wattage output of Polaris. So we have our L. And then here it's 431 light years I put here. You could say 433. It's going to be kind of negligible at this point.
Would you agree that this is all theoretical?
No, I wouldn't. A lot of these are hard numbers. So
which one would you say is the hard number?
Well, certainly the luminosity of the sun.
How did we get the luminosity of the sun?
You can measure it with spectrometers and with light measurements, essentially. Like you can measure how much light is hitting a sensor.
Okay, that's
Joel,
fair.
do you have any examples of anything that's twice as bright as the sun?
I mean, there's plenty of stars. Like stars.
No. When you look at a star, you can theorize that it's whatever number brighter than the sun. But do you have any examples around here of something brighter than the sun? Twice as bright.
The issue with that is the sun is giving off all wavelengths on the electromagnetic spectrum. So I could find something that's brighter in the visible spectrum, but not like on all wavelengths.
I find it hard to imagine something twice as bright as the sun, but let's just go 10 times as bright as the sun. 10 times as bright as the sun.
I don't think there's anything brighter than. I don't think there's anything even visibly brighter on the visible spectrum brighter than.
But let's just say 10 times. Let's just pretend that we can do something 10 times brighter, which is unfathomable to me. And you just carefully, because you're doing some equations. The equations are not empirical evidence. Saying this star is 25,000 times brighter than the sun, and you just roll it off like it's a fact, but you have zero evidence of that other than. It has to be if you pre-assume space is real and stars are far.
Well, I also wanted to get
not necessarily because there's neutron stars and there's very dim stars as well.
But I wanted clarification on are we talking about the sun's apparent brightness, like its visual brightness to us, or are we talking about its actual
actual brightness?
Okay, so how did we get that compared to its brightness to us?
We sent probes into it. So I know you don't believe that, but that's how we got that data. That's why it's.
Do you have any evidence of those probes going to the sun?
Yeah, you can look it up. I don't know what their names were.
You can look it up, and it's written by NASA. I believe last time.
I think that was actually a Russian probe. Was the one that went to the sun.
Not Russian, China, Japan, NASA.
Well, I mean, you gotta.
We don't have to believe the story about Narnia.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. I could say these things happen, but it's kind of hard because I know you guys don't believe it, but that's what am I supposed to fall back on? I guess.
But that's where our problem is that we're looking for what we can actually verify, and we're always having to rely on these stories from the accused, right? And so it's just not. I mean, it's really not very good optics for the globe model.
All right. Well, let's just continue. We got to find the distance now, right? So we only have 431 light years, but our flux measurement is supposed to be in watts per square meter. Okay, so we can't use light years. So I converted light years to meters, and then 401 light years is this many times that many meters, which are how many is in 1 light year. And so we get the amount of meters. This is how many meters away Polaris is. So now all we do is we plug that in. We get the luminosity of Polaris, and then we get the distance. All I did was plug those in. This is the luminosity and the distance, squared the distance, multiplied it by 4 pi, and then I divided them. And I got this really tiny number, right? So 4.61 times 10 to the negative 9th watts per meter squared, which is really small. That's this many zeros. The sun, for example, is 1400 watts per square meter. So that's in the positives, that's not in the positives. That's past the decimal point. That's 1400 watts per square meter. This is 0.00000, like really, really small. And so for a comparison, and by the way, the human eye, the lower limit is in the magnitude of 10 to the negative 10. So anything below 10 to the negative 10, our human eye wouldn't be able to pick up. And then another reference is one foot away from your average candle, which is how we get luminosity measurements as a standard. That's going to be 0.01576 watts per meter squared. So it's still pretty small. It's a small, it's a relatively faint light. So then I looked at all of these other stars. So we have Sirius, which is the brightest star in the sky. It's only 9 light years away. And that's still 10 to the negative 8th. And you can see that sort of relationship here of how they're not that different. It's because we have 10 to the negative 8th, negative 8th, negative 8th, and negative 9th. With all these different, Rigel, I never know how to say that, 773 light years away, and that's still negative 8, while Sirius is only 9, and it's still like negative 8. So you have a bunch of different variables in size and intensities. But you have Polaris at 431, and it's only at negative 9, and that's above our limit of being able to see the star. So with all the numbers, with the distance, and with the size, we would be able to see Polaris with the inverse square law, and that's essentially kind of how the numbers would work out. We can now have discussion about the sources of that stuff and all of that good stuff, but with the numbers that we purport to have now, it does work out. You know, it's not against it.
So I'll throw something in, and then Scarlett, you can go. Everything that you're telling us is you're great at math, by the way. You're awesome, and great charts and everything. And I could actually show you a chart of an unknown island off of Japan, one of the 7,000 that they just found. And there's an amusement park there with the biggest roller coaster in the world. And I could show you the coordinates for that. I could show you how far it is. I could tell you the specs on the roller coaster, the G-forces. I could show you all of the building plans, everything all about it. And everything will add up no matter how you look at it, sideways, forward, reading it, upside down and backwards. Does that make that amusement park on that island real, or is it just theoretical? Right. So everything you're talking about is theoretical. You're pre-assuming that space is, infinite and expanding. You're pre-assuming that those lights in the sky are billions of miles away and 25,000 times brighter than the sun, to me, which is absolutely insane.
2,500.
2,500. Well, if it was twice as bright, that's still insane to me. And so this is just a quick quote. All of the theoretical work that has been done since the 1970s has not produced a single successful prediction, says Neil Turk, director of the Perimeter Institute of Theoretical Physics in Waterloo, Canada. That's pretty intense.
Well, what about all the theoretical work done before the 70s?
Like what?
Like general relativity.
I'm not a fan.
That's the big one.
Not a fan.
Yeah, so actually about to, there's a big discussion on upending general relativity amongst even mainstream physicists. It's actually, when you look at that coupled with Big Bang Theory and what they've been teaching in the mainstream schools, there's actually 16 predictions that the theory gets completely wrong. And the James Webb Telescope has actually only apparently furthered the mystery. I know for us it's like a catch-22. We don't believe in the James Webb Telescope, right? So why are they, spinning these different narratives? I think it's for confusion. But in any case, the even if the data is real, right, the data is not lining up for the expectations of general relativity. But again, that's kind of a different topic than the discussion of the stars. When we my main point was just because a majority of the last interview was saying how the inverse square, we shouldn't be able to see Polaris. And so at least with the numbers that we have, we would be able to.
So I mean, theoretical numbers, you're making a statement that
they're observations.
Hold on. You're not making an observation. You're making a statement. Hold on. That light, the light of a star will get dimmer and dimmer fast, and then it gets less dim and less dim, and then it just travels forever and stays at the same brightness. You have no evidence of that being real, and logically it doesn't make any sense to me. But you have no way to prove that that's real. That's just a theoretical statement that has to exist for your infinite solar system, infinite galaxy and universe to exist.
I'm not sure that they're infinite. I'm not sure I believe it's infinite.
Well, expanding, very large, bigger than the flat Earth concept, if you will.
Sure, yeah, it's definitely bigger than that.
Right. So you're reaching to places that you can't verify. You can just read books and trust government agencies. They're very trustful entities. And you're not looking here on Earth where we can actually scientifically prove that we're not a globe. I mean, you want to believe that Polaris is 2,500 times brighter than the sun, which that's crazy. I mean, if that was the case, there's other stars that are probably 100,000 times brighter than the sun, or 1,000,000 times brighter, right?
No, not a million. I don't think a million.
Okay, yeah, but
many magnitudes, yeah.
But these numbers that you're coming up with, but they all kind of look pretty much the same. And when we zoom in on them, they all
that's proof of the inverse square law to me. I think that's proof of the inverse square law that the further away
they all look the same. Everything just evens out.
Well, in our local celestial neighborhood, yes, but like once you get further out, like out to the middle of the galaxy and stuff, things look a little different. They get denser and they get closer together, and they get into you have nebulae and everything like that. So, and then you have other galaxies, and then you can zoom into and see specific stars in other galaxies.
Do you believe in the James Webb Telescope?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So the James Webb Telescope, it finds a spot called Lagrange point 2, and that's where the gravity of the sun and moon and the Earth, and it just finds that perfect spot. Okay,
it's a saddle point. Yeah.
So over the course of 6 months, the sun and the distance between the Earth and the sun change. I had all the numbers before, but as it changes, it would have to move like it's in a tractor beam. Okay, it would have to move, and it's moving like very fast in two different directions. Throughout the year, towards the sun and away from the sun. And you're just believing that tractor gravity is holding it in the perfect spot. Here's my question, though. If you watched the launch, did you watch the launch of the James Webb?
Yeah, I did.
And it was over Earth. Maybe this is that's not it. That's me making a James Webb image. Let me just find something here for a second.
You good?
Where is it? Here it is. I think this is it. So this is the launch. Let me just see if this is the video I want. And it's up in space. And then is it deploying here? All right. So it's the next one. You see, this is it. So here it is, and they're showing us this beautiful curve of Earth. They always show us this beautiful curve of Earth. So it's ejected it here. Now, how many miles away from Earth is that? Is it 1,000,000 miles away? It's not 1,000,000 miles away. It's a couple 100 miles away.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's round up to 1,000. Let's say it's 1,000 miles away. Got a great shot of Earth. Somehow we can see through all the atmosphere and see the perfect edge of this. And here it goes out here, and it's going to deploy. Let me just jump forward. It's gonna and if you watch, the signal's breaking up here, and it's only 1,000 miles away, probably a lot less. And it's going away. It's already ejected from the rocket.
Yeah.
And I'm going forward, and it's out. It's now putting out its solar panel.
Right.
How does it go park itself 1,000,000 miles away? What gets it to the Lagrange point?
Well, that's literally rocket science, man. I mean, that's orbital mechanics. They exceeded the escape velocity of the orbit, and so it was no longer within the.
So you're saying the rocket is in orbit and it pops the satellite out, and then that satellite knows to go 1,000,000 miles away and park itself. Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. It doesn't know to do. It's.
How does it get there? How does it get there?
I think you need to know that it's constantly correcting itself.
How does it correcting? Does it have engines on it?
No, it's got I don't know what the nozzles, pressure nozzles. I don't know what they're called.
So the satellite has pressure nozzles that are pushing against what? What are they pushing against?
You don't have to. It's not the pushing against. It's the fact that it's pushing something of itself out. So it's equal and opposite.
And what is it pushing out? What is it pushing out?
Pressure, air pressure.
Gas. It's pushing air out.
Gas.
So have you ever seen where we take a vacuum chamber and we put a little rocket and a fan and all sorts of stuff and nothing moves? We just light it and it won't. There's no propulsion. There's no pull. There's no push. We hang a feather in front of a fan and there's nothing. There's nothing. So we could argue that all day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're saying that this thing with where are the thrusters on here? If you take a look at it, I don't see.
I think
thrusters.
I can actually see them right there. There's
right,
one at every corner. At every corner.
So those four are going to take it out of orbit and park it 1,000,000 miles away. That is a faith. That is a religion.
I have another big question. Big one for
I
the
think
thrusters,
it's just math,
right? Well, I'd like to see you try to use math to get out of this one. So we know that there's something called back pressure. That's how all our pressurized systems work when we're dealing with gases with the pumps, right? So we have atmospheric pressure pushing down. Without that, the gas will escape the pumps, right? So out in space, there is no back pressure. So what keeps the gas from escaping?
Gas from what?
The thrusters.
Well, they're nozzles. They open and close.
Yeah, but see, okay,
it's like it's a container. They're contained inside of the thing, and it pushes it out. And it's like if you were to blow in space, I guess. It doesn't mean it's just gonna deflate immediately.
Can I ask what right here? They're having this a bad video feed. Is it going to get better as they get farther away from Earth? Are they going to be able to transmit some high-res pictures because they can't seem to transmit a picture here?
Well, I don't think the craft, the rocket, followed it. So, I'm not sure what you mean.
So the transmitter on the telescope is better than the one that's on the rocket. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we could go ahead and move to the next thing I wanted to talk about, unless you guys had something.
No, we'll go to the next thing. And Skylar?
I still had one thing on the stars too, because my point on the fact that we can zoom in on all the stars and they all increase in visual size in the camera lens is evidence that they can't be at these varying distances of vast light years away.
So I'm not sure what footage you're talking about.
Amateur footage.
That's not just blurry.
There's hundreds.
Besides blurry.
But you can just call it. I mean, I understand that you can just call it blurry, but even the blur, right? It's getting bigger in size. Like that wouldn't happen. It's a point source of.
Yeah. So I'd encourage you to take a similar camera, or to ask someone to do this. Take whatever camera that you did that with a star, and do it with like a different type of smaller dim light. Put it off in the distance in a dark area, and zoom into it, and it's gonna look the same because it's a blurred. It's so exactly how you described earlier. Remember how you were
well, when you do it here on Earth, the diameter of it is, or not the diameter, but the actual angular size of it is going to increase, right? Of the actual thing.
No, it's going to get blurry, like he's showing that. That's blurry.
That's blurry. Looks pretty sharp to me.
No, that's what happens when you sort of when your camera zooms in too much, that it's not able to actually process the light appropriately. So all it's getting is just a bunch of random protons.
You can see this with your naked eye. You can see this with your naked eye. You don't even need to zoom in to see Arcturus. You look at it on a clear night, and you can see this with your naked eye.
Well, yes, it sparkles. It twinkles because of the atmospheric distortion in the way.
The atmospheric distortion is doing this.
If another interesting, an interesting way you can tell that, and I encourage people to try this as well. Look at Arcturus or Sirius or any other bright star when it's lower in the horizon, when it's near the ground, and then look at it again when it's straight overhead, and you'll notice a big difference in the distortion there and the twinkle.
Absolutely. You're looking through the atmosphere; everything's distorted. Look at somebody, a quarter of a mile down the beach, and they're going to be all distorted. Yeah. But you look at something over your head, you're looking through less atmosphere. So just because you can distort things by looking across the thickest part of the air column doesn't mean that's what that doesn't mean anything actually. But why doesn't this one look like Sirius? Look like Arcturus? This is Sirius. Why doesn't Sirius look like Arcturus? Why does every star have its own personality, focused or not?
That's a really good question, but that's kind of gets a little bit into spectroscopy because they all have different chemical makeup. Obviously, it also depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day, the camera you're using, so that top middle one, for example, is very clearly out of focus.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Let me ask you a question. They tell us that, we're looking at the star, we're looking up through all the layers of our atmosphere and all of the radiation belts and everything else, but we can tell what gas the star is made out of. How come they have never done an experiment here on Earth, like get a garbage can, fill it with whatever gas you want, put it a quarter of a mile down the street, and then get somebody with a spectroscope, the spectroscopy instrument,
spectrometer.
Spectrometer, thank you, and have them tell you what gas is coming out of the can. No one's ever done that.
Well, that's okay. I think that's just because. So what spectroscopy is measuring is actually the wavelengths of light, and the different types of wavelengths of light will indicate different sort of gases.
So I have a challenge where we get a garbage can with a big bright light in the bottom of it. We fill it with a gas, and then we have somebody with a camera, let's say a mile down the road, half a mile, and they can tell me what gas it is. I'll point the light towards them. I'll pull the top off and let the gas escape with the light behind it. And you think that somebody can do that? It's never been done, right? They haven't tested these instruments here on Earth. And they just shoot them in space and go, oh yeah, well that's hydrogen, oxygen, and that's we can tell what that is. It's all again theoretical nonsense.
Well, the trash example is just that's not exactly what's happening. So
what you're saying is you could see the light and the gases in front of the light. I'm giving you a light with gases in front of the light. It doesn't have to be a garbage can. It could be a beaker. It could be whatever you want. We can put the gas in a beaker and put a light behind it. And you think you can tell me what gas is in that beaker?
So
I say you can't.
The thing is, it's heated. It's actual gas fusion. You know, this is an actual active chemical reaction that's happening. That's the thing that's giving off the light. It's not just like a light with gas around it.
Where else do we see that? And where do we see that terrestrially to be able to make that comparison?
Well, it's only with stars. You know, those are the only stable fusion reactions. I mean, unless you want to blow up an atomic bomb, you know, that's the one time that we have done fusion.
Let's pretend stars are real and that they're spewing out gases, and then we make a device here on Earth. We can look at it and tell you what it is. How did they adjust it? How did they set it so they can know that it's right? What proof do they have that they're right? What evidence is there that any of it is right?
I'm sorry, Dave. That was just a very general question. I'm not sure I got the.
When they take their instruments here, their spectroscopes. I can't. What's the word?
It's okay. Just spectroscopy.
The instrument itself.
Spectrometer.
Okay. So they're taking that and they're looking at a star in the sky that's burning off gas or whatever, and they can tell what it is. How did they calibrate it? If they never did it here on Earth, they're looking up at theoretical planets and stars, and they're telling you what gases are there. It is all complete and total theoretical science. None of it has been proven.
Not astronomically, you know, like we haven't done that astronomically, but we know what types of light and chemicals give certain. We know the characteristics of certain chemicals, you know, and how they fall on a spectrum. That was a close one.
Now you can't say it either. Good.
How they fall on the spectrum, right? So you know, you'd be able to see the spikes in which chemical is what, and that's with most things. You can test that terrestrially, but then when we point it up at a star and we're sort of receiving information from that star, light, electromagnetic information, you can see where the peaks are.
What about all the gases in between that are here in our